सिंह के ऊपर जो है आरोप लगे यौन शोषण के, उसके बाद मंत्रालय ने एक एडहॉक कमेटी बनाई और उसके बाद जो है रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर अपॉइंट हुए। रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर्स ने चुनाव की तारीखें तय की, लेकिन 2 बार जो है अलग अलग स्टेट की एसोसिएशन जो है वो चुनाव पे स्टे ले आई। पहले 11 जुलाई को चुनाव होने थे, असम एसोसिएशन ने वहां पे हाईकोर्ट से स्टे ले लिया और उनकी जब मेंबरशिप को बहाल किया गया, उसके बाद दूसरी बार जो इलेक्शन जो है वो 12 अगस्त को होने थे, लेकिन एक बार फिर से जो है 11 अगस्त को हरियाणा एसोसिएशन में जो डिस्प्यूट है वो लोग गए, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा राइट बनता है वोटिंग का, उसको लेकर हरियाणा हाईकोर्ट ने स्टे दे दिया। तब से इलेक्शन की नई डेट अनाउंस नहीं हुई है और उसको लेकर वर्ल्ड बॉडी ने संज्ञान लिया और उसके बाद पूरे मामले को देखते हुए भारतीय कुश्ती संघ को जो है वो सस्पेंड कर दिया है और ये कहा है जब तक चुनाव नहीं हो जाते हैं फेयर एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट, और जिस तरीके से यौन शोषण के आरोप भारतीय कुश्ती संघ के अध्यक्ष ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह पे लगे, उसके बाद ये उन्होंने पहले भी कहा था कि जिस तरीके की चीजें देखने को मिल रही हैं, जिस तरीके की इनरेगुलरिटीज देखने को मिल रही हैं, शिकायतें देखने को मिल रही हैं, उसके बाद जो है कुछ एक्शन जरूर होगा और वो एक्शन आपको देखने को मिला है।
जी हिमांशु, शुक्रिया सारी जानकारी के लिए। Shifting focus now, incessant rains continue to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. Several multi-story buildings collapsed in Himachal Pradesh's Kullu following incessant rains in the state. There was no loss of life reported, fortunately, as authorities evacuated most people. Now, the state capital Shimla received over 2,017 millimeters of rain, which is the highest in 122 years. Over 4 incidents of cloudbursts were reported in Mandi, Shimla and Solan during the past 24 hours. 11 people have died in the state, including 3 in Shimla and 8 in Mandi. My colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu is now joining me live on this. Kamaljeet, very tragic those pictures that we're seeing of the destruction. Thankfully, no loss of life because people had been already evacuated from these dangerous areas. But what is the administration telling you? While they've of course issued an alert for these incessant rains, how are they coping with the destruction that has happened and of course the aftermath of it?
Well, Himachal Pradesh has been facing a double whammy, one after the other. There's been news coming in as far as red alerts, orange alert is concerned, and even now Himachal Pradesh reeling under really bad weather. The worst could have come in from Kullu, where the visuals are very clearly on the screen, which is very shocking in a sense that the houses, and these are commercial ones, which have been falling like a pack of cards. This goes to say without any doubt that this is obviously a construction which was given a go-ahead despite knowing the norms of the hills. There would be an investigation done much later, but one of the things that the government has done is, one, to ensure that these particular houses are vacated, especially the ones which have been identified. Second, to ensure that there is no loss of life. There can be a loss of property, and remember Himachal Pradesh at this point of time is facing roughly around 8,000 crore rupee of losses as far as property is concerned, and it's not just going to take months, it's going to take years and years before Himachal Pradesh can really garner all its strength together and put back whatever they had garnered over the years. But yes, the opposition parties, people have been talking about how there have been slew of constructions, many of them illegal, which came across the river. One of the major decisions taken by the government overnight was about preventing stone crushers, and especially in the area of Kullu, Manali, Kangra, Hamirpur. This is where instructions have gone out that stone crushers will not work, because keeping in mind the delicate ecological balance which has to be maintained.
Absolutely, that has to be the need of the hour at the moment to ensure that the ecological balance, as Kamaljeet was pointing out, has to be maintained at the moment, because you can see the disaster otherwise on your screens right now. Kamaljeet, thank you for joining us. Shifting focus now, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, has been reportedly killed in a plane crash. The Russian Civil Aviation Authority have said that Yevgeny Prigozhin was on the list of passengers on the plane. Now, according to preliminary information, all 10 people on board died, including 3 crew members, the ministry has said. Now, the crash comes 2 months after Yevgeny Prigozhin launched a short-lived rebellion seen as the biggest challenge to Russian President Vladimir Putin's authority since he came to power. Now, according to Russia's investigative committee, a criminal investigation has been launched into the cause of the crash. US President Joe Biden has said he was not surprised by reports that Russian mercenary chief had died in a plane crash, adding that not much happens in Russia that President Vladimir Putin is not behind.
I don't know for a fact what happened, but I'm not surprised.
Do you believe?
There's not much that happens in Russia that Putin's not behind. I don't know enough to know the answer.
But yes, would Putin have done this? Well, he has certainly the Russian security forces have a history of poisoning people at home and abroad, and political opponents or people that Mr. Putin has previously called traitors. And he has, of course, called Prigozhin, well, he's called some of them traitors. But, you know, why did it take so long? Your original question.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, Prime Minister Modi hails ISRO heroes. Prime Minister calls it dawn of a new India. Those details on the other side of this short break.
You are watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
ग्रेविटी जीरो यहाँ, इंडिया हीरो यहाँ, हम ही स्टार हैं, सभी बेकार हैं, साउथ पोल पे कोई आया ही नहीं है, सच तो ये जान लो। We are the best, 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 we are the best. Yes, we are best. दोस्तों ये चंद्रयान है, ये नंबर 1 है, यही शान है, तेज है, बड़ा स्मार्ट है, ये तो विज्ञान का बड़ा कमाल है। अरे भाई वाह, ये तो हिट है बजट कम में, ये तो फिट है, अरे भाई वाह, ये तो नंबर 1 है। कोई यहाँ लैंड किया, कोई वहाँ लैंड किया, किसी की मेहनत पे पानी फिर गया, साउथ पोल में कोई आया ही नहीं है, सच तो ये जान लो। We are the best, we are the best, we are the best. Yes, we are best. We are the best, we are the best, we are the best. Yes, we are best. लैंड हो गया चंद्रयान, मेरा भारत महान। Yeah!
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Chandrayaan 3, India's landing on the moon, has really led to celebrations worldwide. We're going to take you through, right after the headlines, all the developments coming in on what next for ISRO. Hours after Chandrayaan's lander Vikram touches down on the moon, rover Pragyan takes a walk on the surface of the moon, begins investigation for the next 14 days now. Monsoon wreaks havoc in Himachal's Kulu. 7 multi-story buildings crash as landslides hit the hill station. Wagner mercenary chief Prigozhin reportedly dies in a jet crash. Wagner chief's name in Jet's passengers list that crashed in the north of Moscow. All the 9 passengers in that private jet died. Day 2 of the Chess World Cup between Indian Grandmaster R. Pragnananda and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen ends in a draw. Both Grandmasters eye maiden world title on Thursday. A big moment of pride for India. Every Indian. India becomes indeed the first nation in the world to land on the lunar South Pole. As Chandrayaan 3 achieves historic soft landing on the moon, first images of rover Pragyan were snapped. Those are on the screens that we're showing you. That's the rover leaving the lander Vikram. The rover Pragyan exits the Vikram lander and goes on to explore the lunar surface. The next 14 days will be crucial as it will be exploring the soil composition and even an attempt to check for water on the lunar South Pole. Celebrations, of course, erupt at the Indian Space Research Organization's Mission Control Center as Ashoka Lion's symbol imprint on Pragyan rover wheels. ISRO also released the first images from the lunar surface taken by Vikram lander during Chandrayaan 3's descent. After that historic landing, ISRO confirmed that communication link is established between Chandrayaan 3 lander. All right, let's listen in to the exclusive interview of ISRO Chief Somnath, only on India Today.
Hello and welcome to this special segment with the man of the moment, the ISRO Chairman, Mr. Somnath. Sir, firstly, congratulations to you, on behalf of India Today and the whole of the country, that we are so proud as to what has happened in the last 12 hours with ISRO and its achievements. First, tell us, what is the mood in your team? How overwhelmed are you? How proud and how happy are you today?
No, they are very joyful. They are excited to see the success of their hard work happening right on moon. And all that they wanted to achieve, the nominal mission has been achieved. So they are really excited to see further work to happen now, including the science experiment that had to happen. It also involves complex processes, complex activities, and involves a lot of systems on board to work very well. So they're all looking towards that now.
Take us through the last 15 minutes. I saw the live visuals. All of you were quite relaxed. You knew what was happening. Things were under control. Take us through what you were going through in the last 15 minutes since the start of the power descent till the touchdown.
See, when such an event takes place, especially like a landing, it is like a rocket launch. Rocket launch also, hundreds and thousands of events takes place, measurements and complex functionality do happen. So it is similar to that. So we were all waiting for the things to happen as nominally planned, but excited, yes.
It's been almost 12 hours since we have done a soft landing.
Yeah.
When India slept, the rover was just coming out. When India woke up this morning, we had to see the tweet that India has taken the first steps on the moon. Tell us the next course of action. What is the Pragyan rover doing right now? How far would it go? What experiments would it carry on?
See, Pragyan rover is just on the moon now. Now we have to move it further. There are a lot of things to do, which includes path planning, traveling little more distances. Then after that, doing experiments with it. But that will take some more time, and we have to have various other conditions suitable for it, including ground visibility, the ground stations availability, and very many things have to be checked. So depending on that, further activities on rover will take place.
The data is quite crucial, is what everyone is saying. We have seen scientists from US, Europe, across the globe congratulating you and saying this is not just an achievement for India, for the humanity as well, because southern part of the moon, south pole of the moon, no one has gone, and there are evidences that there might be water hidden there.
Yeah, as told by Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, he was also specifically telling it, this mission is just not for India alone, it's for the whole world, so that the other people get inspired to travel to moon and then find out and explore. I think there is a renewed interest in going to the southern part of the moon, hopefully to look for more of resources, natural resources that is suitable for human beings, for its colonization or further expansion or traveling beyond moon. So scientific community across the globe are very keen to see that we succeed and also bring out useful scientific results, as we did for Chandrayaan 1 and 2.
All right, that's the first interview that Somnath, the ISRO chief, has had elaborately with India today, speaking about the challenges and, of course, more importantly, the celebration. ISRO has not had a breather ever since the mission was launched in July, and it's been about a month now. They've had sleepless nights, so we heard Somnath speak that the first thing they did was to catch some sleep. Hours that were spent at the ISRO station, even after the Chandrayaan 3 Vikram lander successfully landed on the moon, there was still a lot of work that was to be done, and one should know the next 14 days is also very crucial. The Chandrayaan lander and rover, the rover particularly, Pragyan rover, will be moving around the landscape of the South Pole, lunar South Pole, will be trying to understand the soil composition and, of course, to try and find traces of frozen water. Any form of water that is also a source of oxygen. So in a way, is there life, or could there be life on the moon's South Pole? Now, in an exclusive interview with India Today, former Indian Space Research Organization scientist Nambi Narayan has spoken on the success of Chandrayaan 3's moon mission, the road ahead for India's space program, and a lot more. Let's have a listen.
I want to go across live and exclusive at this time to one of India's most famous aerospace scientists. He was at ISRO, contributed very significantly to India's space program, developed the Vikas rocket engine, built the team, led the team that developed the polar satellite launch vehicle, the PSLV, on which the GSLV ultimately then got built. Nambi Narayan joins us. Many of you would know him as the inspiration behind the movie Rocketry, the Nambi Effect. We just had R. Madhavan with us on this broadcast. He was wrongly accused of being involved in illegal activities. Later, the case completely dismissed against him. He's seen success, he's seen hardship, and now he's seeing this massive moment of the Indian Space Research Organization landing successfully on the moon. Thank you very much, Nambi Narayan ji, for joining us in India Today. Many congratulations to you and to India's scientific community. Could you start by explaining to everyone the significance in that journey which you've seen from the PSLV to now this moment when the Vikram has landed on the moon? You know, how significant an achievement do you see this as being?
It's a long story. I feel it will be taking a lot of time. But let me try to be as brief as possible. I remember those days when I joined ISRO. One of the occasions which I can never forget is that I was carrying the Judy Dot payload, which looks like a small rocket, by the Kerala State Transport Corporation's bus, because we never had any vehicle. So from one place to another place, from a workshop which was fabricated there, and then carrying it to the Tumba rocket station. And of course, there are occasions where we carried these materials by bicycle and so on and so forth. That was one day. That was, I'm talking about 1966 time frame. But then step by step we were struggling to make a 3 inches diameter solid rocket motor. That is one problem. Then a 600 kg. See, a 3-inch diameter rocket became later, today, a 3-meter diameter rocket. And a 600 kg liquid rocket has become a 60-tonner Vikas engine. Now, that is a kind of development which took place. Now, at this occasion, this is the long and short story of a development which take place over a period of 20-30 years. But then we are recalling, at least I as an individual who happened to work with the big stalwarts of ISRO, Dr. Sarabhai, who had dreamt of so many things. Unfortunately, he died very young, and that is a misfortune of not only ISRO but also the country. Then Dr. Satish Dhawan, who was instrumental for today's PSLV, GSLV programs. He is the one who had drawn the blueprint for these programs. And then Professor U.R. Rao, who gave life to this blueprint. And today you are getting all these hardwares due to the great service of Professor U.R. Rao. Now, this is the long and short story of ISRO. Okay. Now, the Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, these were attempted with a small rockets available with us, and the result was you had Chandrayaan 1 successful, Chandrayaan 2 was a failure. Now today's Chandrayaan 3 we succeeded very greatly, and thanks to the hard work and intelligent work done by the ISRO team.
Let me quickly cut across to Sagai Raj, who's in Bengaluru, where the ISRO center is located. Sagai, what a day for ISRO, for the country. You've been there at the epicenter of where the actual action and activity took place. ISRO must be exhilarated after an attempt that failed in 2019 with Chandrayaan 2. This was a massive success, and it appears that all the errors of margin that they had worked out, all worked out well for them.
Absolutely. What we can say is one of the greatest comeback of ISRO. What we have seen in 2019, I was part of Chandrayaan 2 launch in Bengaluru in 2019. We have seen from the tears of sorrow to tears of happiness yesterday. It was nothing, I mean, you can say you can't even compare. It was more than an India-Pakistan match in Bengaluru, where the emotions were high and people were excited when it was landing on the surface of the moon, and everybody were excited, everybody were applauding this particular achievement as if it's their own achievement, which is their own personal achievement, and definitely it is a proud moment for every single scientist. I remember the statement of K. Sivan. He said that yes, the Chandrayaan 2 was failure, but the scientists are robust and rugged. They will never give up. The failure has taught them a lot of lessons. They have learned from their mistakes, and they will be successful this time. And they have shown that what they are capable of enough and what they can do. And Chandrayaan 3 was successful, and they have lead to their expectations.
Absolutely, and this is of course a victory cry for a new India. India is celebrating, and that's resonating across the globe. In fact, the scientist community, be it Indians or people abroad, are all hailing Chandrayaan 3's successful landing on the lunar South Pole, the first country to do it. Let's hear it.
Successfully, we had a separation of propulsion. Then we have soft landing yesterday. That was a major concern. Now, the coming 14 days, our Pragyan will roll on the surface of moon and will collect samples of that soil to understand the composition, how moon is formed. Also, it will gonna do the detailed analysis of the atmosphere at the lunar surface. Also, it will help us to understand, to get the data of what kind of a mineralogy that environment have, that surface, lunar surface have. Also, it will do a seismic analysis of that environment, like what kind of a seismic activity that lunar surface have.
It will wait. See, the moon, the gravity is 1/6 of Earth, and there is no air. So when it is just impacting, or when it is soft landing, the dust will be kicked out by the propulsion system. So we are waiting for the dust to settle, or maybe taking 1 or 2 hours, and the rover will come out, and then rover will do the experiment.
Of course, all the politics left aside, congratulatory messages have been pouring in for ISRO, hailing its scientists across political quarters. Here's a look.
It is truly a momentous occasion, the kind of event that happens once in a lifetime, making all Indians proud. I congratulate ISRO and everybody involved in this mission and wish them greater accomplishments ahead. The success of Chandrayaan, I believe, is also a major achievement for the whole of humankind. It shows how India has harnessed its rich traditional knowledge base along with modern science in the service of humanity.
अथक मेहनत और बहुत बारीकी से प्लानिंग कर चंद्रयान को सफल करने वाली टीम चंद्रयान के सभी वैज्ञानिकों और सभी इंजीनियरों को भी मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। करोड़ों सालों से चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव को जिस प्रकार से रहस्यों ने घेर कर रखा था, बहुत सारे रहस्यों का उद्घाटन हमारा चंद्र मिशन करेगा, चंद्रयान 3 करेगा।
विक्रम लैंडर की चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर लैंडिंग के साथ भारत ने अंतरिक्ष अन्वेषण के इतिहास में एक स्वर्णिम अध्याय जोड़ दिया है। मैं फिर समस्त देशवासियों को और इसरो के समस्त वैज्ञानिकों को पुनः मैं हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं।
ये एक तरह से ऐतिहासिक क्षण है और सभी देशवासियों को बहुत गर्वान्वित फील महसूस हो रहा है। ये बिल्कुल हमारे लिए ऐतिहासिक मौका है और शायद अगर मैं सही हूं तो साउथ पोल पे पहला हमारा देश है चांद के साउथ पोल पे लैंड करने वाला।
All right, now India created history as Chandrayaan 3 successfully made a soft landing on the moon. Here's how celebrities have reacted to this feat.
It landed! Dude, this is insane.
पूरे भारत को और पूरे भारतवासियों को, पूरे भारत के साइंटिस्टों को, वैज्ञानिकों को, हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, हमारे जितने भी अधिकारी हैं इस पूरे मिशन से जुड़े हुए, सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत बधाई है कि जिस घड़ी का हम सबको बहुत ही इंतजार है हृदय से, वो शुभ घड़ी आ गई है।
All right, now a credit war has erupted between the Congress and the BJP over advancements in the country's space technology during their respective tenures. While most of the leaders celebrated the feat, Congress has said that it was Jawaharlal Nehru who laid the foundation stone of space science, which is now world famous. Congress in its tweet mentioned that Jawaharlal Nehru's scientific outlook and vision laid the foundation of Indian space research, and Chandrayaan 3's success is because of his early efforts. However, the BJP was quick to respond. The Saffron Party tweeted a photograph comparing their tweet with the Congress Party. The BJP on one hand gave credit to ISRO scientists, while the Congress Party on the other gave all credit to Nehru.
मैं सभी वैज्ञानिकों को खूब बधाई देता हूं जो नेहरू जी ने इसरो स्थापित किया था। आज से 75 साल पहले जो कल्पना की थी आज साकार हो रहा है, तो सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामना देता हूं।
Congress should get credit, but credit should also be given to the fact that they had kept the ISRO budgets at a very low level. We had seen that only 1.2 launches took place per year under the UPA. We have seen that out of the 89 launch missions that have taken place, more than half, about 47, have taken place in the last 9 years. We have seen how the budgets have increased from 5,000, 6,000 crores to 12,000 plus crores. We have seen how today private sector has been engaged in the Indian space sector. So these things have happened in the last 8-9 years. Of course, credit goes to every ISRO head, every person who has been associated with the scientific community. But having said that, this obsession of the first family of the Congress to take credit for everything is frankly appalling.
All right, clearly credit war plays out over Chandrayaan 3's success, while the Congress says that it was Nehru's vision that helped India shine when it came to space exploration. Of course, the BJP on the other slamming the Congress for making this a political matter or politicizing the issue itself at this point. We know that Chandrayaan 3 has achieved one of the greatest feats that many other countries in the globe have been attempting to achieve. We know that Russia has attempted this almost 27 times, been successful only 7 times. And in the last 50 years, their first one and only Luna 25 mission unfortunately crashed. So India, with the kind of budget that they spent on it, barely 600 crores in compared to the billions spent by the other countries, have managed to achieve a feat like no other.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
Rahul Gautam joining us live for more on that. Rahul, the politics around Chandrayaan 3 has now surfaced, and it was expected. The Congress says that this was Nehru's efforts, by and large, that has led to India succeeding in the space exploration.
Well, you can say that this is a credit war going on between BJP and Congress, given the fact that BJP is hailing Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, saying that out of 87 space missions that have been undertaken by ISRO so far in its entire lifetime, 47 happened under leadership of NDA, and that too under leadership of Prime Minister Modi. At the same time, Congress leaders are suggesting that one should not forget that the very foundation of ISRO was laid back in 1960s when former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru actually visioned such a Cauvery organization, and it was because of its effort that we are now.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
All right, we seem to have an audio glitch there. I'm going to try and patch him back. But clearly, the credit war that now plays out over Chandrayaan is unfortunate, because this is the time that the country has to let go of politics and celebrate India's moon mission. This is much above and over politics. It's, of course, decades of hard work that's led to ISRO strengthening itself today and ensuring a launch of such kind. Chandrayaan 3 has indeed made history. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has joined in virtually from South Africa, witnessed the safe landing of the Chandrayaan 3 all live. Though he couldn't be present at the ISRO headquarters, he's called the ISRO chief S. Somnath right after that successful mission, the landing of Chandrayaan 3, promised him to congratulate the team ISRO in person soon. Now, after his step over in Greece this week, Prime Minister is likely to fly to Bengaluru directly to meet with team ISRO and rejoice with them.
मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई.
For Narendra Modi, this is personal.
और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए. और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा.
On Wednesday, minutes before the Chandrayaan 3 lander kissed the moon surface, the Indian Prime Minister entered the room from 7,000 kilometers away. And as soon as the touchdown was successfully complete, the celebrations broke out.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल.
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear.
It was Modi who was invited by the ISRO chief to address the ecstatic organization.
The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
Pradhan Mantri ji, namaskar. Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत बार बार ये साबित कर रहा है कि sky is not the limit.
Safely और softly.
Modi's tryst with Chandrayaan goes back away.
ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है.
Modi was personally present in Bengaluru 4 years ago when the previous Chandrayaan mission didn't quite end on a high. These images of Prime Minister consoling and embracing an emotional K-Sivan, the then ISRO chief, exploded across the minds of a nation that joined the scientific community in mourning the loss of the lander. For Chandrayaan 3, it is likely the Prime Minister wasted to be in Bengaluru but couldn't owing to his attendance of the BRICS summit in South Africa. And given the Prime Minister's personal touch and weight of expectations, he knows he's going to have to do better than a video call.
चांद से जुड़े मिथक बदल जाएंगे.
And that's why after his stopover in Greece this week, he will fly directly to Bengaluru on Saturday morning, where he is expected to spend the day with the jubilant ISRO team and undoubtedly promise them even more support, as ISRO sets its sights on the sun next. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, even after Chandrayaan 3, ISRO has a long list of upcoming missions aimed at exploring new frontiers in space. Shortly after its moonshot, ISRO will be turning to the sun. Aditya L1, the first space-based Indian mission to study the sun, is expected to be launched. Here's a quick report on what next for ISRO.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं.
In weeks, ISRO prepares to launch its ambitious Aditya L1, the mission to the sun. This is the first space-based observatory-class Indian solar mission to study the sun. The spacecraft would be placed in a halo orbit around Lagrangian Point 1 or L1 of the Sun-Earth system. About 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth, Aditya L1 is set to continuously view the sun without any occultation or eclipse. At an approximate cost of 378 crore rupees, Aditya L1 would be the first spatially resolved solar disk in the near UV band. Around January of 2024, a low Earth orbit observatory is all set to be jointly developed by NASA and ISRO at an approximate cost of 12,300 crore rupees. It's called NISAR. It will map the entire globe in 12 days, provide spatially and temporally consistent data for understanding changes in Earth's ecosystems, ice mass, vegetation biomass, sea level rise, groundwater, and natural hazards including earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, and landslides. In the third quarter of 2024, SPADEX or Space Docking Experiment at an estimated cost of 124 crore rupees is scheduled to be launched. It will be a twin spacecraft mission. Space Docking Experiment is being developed by ISRO to mature technologies related to orbital rendezvous, docking, formation, flying, and other proximity operations. This will create scope of applications in human spaceflight, in-space satellite servicing, and other proximity operations. The Mars Orbiter mission, Mangalyaan 2, is all set to be launched in 2024. It will reportedly include a hyperspectral camera, a high-resolution panchromatic camera, and a radar to understand early Martian crust, recent basalts, and boulder falls. And finally, by the end of 2024 to the beginning of 2025, ISRO will launch its first manned mission, Gaganyaan. Series of test flights have already started. Gaganyaan module will carry Indian astronauts into orbit for 3 days. The Indian Space Agency has shortlisted 4 candidates to go on this mission. They have already undergone initial training in Russia. Now they are undergoing future training at the newly opened astronaut training facility in Bengaluru.
Now, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, Union Minister Jitendra Singh speaks on Chandrayaan 3's mission and ISRO's future missions. Let's have a listen.
Sir, give us a space map, a roadmap of what next. Aditya, the solar exploration, what do you hope to achieve with that? With Gaganyaan, are you also, do you have a roadmap or a space map? Or when do we put a manned mission, not just in space, but in moon, sir?
No, I'm glad, Gaurav, you asked that. We certainly follow a roadmap, and we are very organized in the space sector. I think one of the special features is in the space department, nobody superannuates. You would have seen today all the former chairmen, all the former scientists putting their heads together and being there, when required. So every mission is like a family mission for them. There's a lifetime commitment. So as far as our next mission is concerned, I think the most important ambitious mission in the world we look up to is the Gaganyaan mission. It got delayed by 2 or 3 years, unfortunately, because of the COVID. When the lockdown happened, some of our astronauts were undergoing a training stint in the Gregory Center at Moscow. They had to be called back, and therefore the entire thing, went back by about 3 years. Now it's on the track. So before we actually send a human being into the space, of course, we had a human being in the space in the form of Rakesh Sharma, about 40 years back, but that was a Soviet mission. This is going to be a purely indigenous human mission called Gaganyaan. But before we actually send a human person, a human Indian live and soul into that mission, we are going to make ourselves sure that just as it is important to send a human being into a space, it's equally important to have him back safe and sound.
All right, on that note, we're slipping into a short break. Monsoon wreaks havoc in Himachal School. We're bringing you images of 7 multi-story buildings crashing as landslides hit the hill station. Stay with us.
कल के सपने पूरे करो आज। रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
It is truly a momentous occasion, the kind of event that happens once in a lifetime, making all Indians proud. I congratulate ISRO and everybody involved in this mission and wish them greater accomplishments ahead. The success of Chandrayaan, I believe, is also a major achievement for the whole of humankind. It shows how India has harnessed its rich traditional knowledge base along with modern science in the service of humanity.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Here's big news coming in. United World Wrestling Federation has suspended the membership of the Wrestling Federation of India because of not conducting elections. The United World Wrestling Federation has written a letter to the Wrestling Federation of India on the 30th of May saying that if elections of the Wrestling Federations of India are not conducted in the next 45 days, that's by 15th of July, then the United World Wrestling will suspend the membership of the Wrestling Federation of India. Now, this is precisely what's happened. The WFI, as we know, has been embroiled in a series of controversies that led to its elections being postponed. The federation, which is India's wrestling governing body, was supposed to be holding elections in the month of June, but elections have been repeatedly postponed due to series of protests by Indian wrestlers and legal petitions that's come in from various state units. And we got across to Himanshu Mishra joining us for more on that. Himanshu, what an embarrassment here. The elections for 15 positions of the WFI's governing body has not been held yet due to protests, indefinite protests that were carried out by the wrestlers accusing their former WFI chief, Brij Bhushan, of sexual harassment. And now you have the World Wrestling Federation saying that they or rather have already decided to suspend India's license.
देखिए बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारतीय कुश्ती संघ रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया के अंदर आपने देखा कि उनके जो प्रेसिडेंट है बृजभूषण शरद सिंह, उस पे जो वुमेन रेसलर्स हैं उन्होंने सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के एलिगेशंस लगाए। मंत्रालय ने उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए एक एडॉक कमेटी बनाई और उसके बाद चुनाव की तारीखें तय हुई, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे इश्यूज है जिसमें चुनाव नहीं हो पाया। इसीलिए वर्ल्ड बॉडी जो है रेसलिंग फेडरेशन की, यूनाइटेड रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ ने सीधा ये कहा था 45 दिन में अगर चुनाव नहीं होते 15 जुलाई तक तो हम सस्पेंड कर देंगे। जिस तरीके की इनरेगुलरिटीज जो है वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया में दिखाई दे रही थी, इसको मद्देनजर रखते हुए जो है, लेकिन अभी तक इलेक्शन नहीं हुए और उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए वर्ल्ड बॉडी ने जो है वो रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया को सस्पेंड कर दिया है जब तक कि चुनाव नहीं हो जाते, और चुनाव फेयर एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट होने चाहिए। ये जो यूनाइटेड वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग फेडरेशन है उसकी डिमांड थी, और अगर इलेक्शन फेयर होते हैं उसके बाद सबमिशन होंगे डॉक्यूमेंट्स के इलेक्शन के, और उसके बाद सस्पेंशन रिवोक होगा। अगर सस्पेंशन इलेक्शन नहीं होते और सस्पेंशन रिवोक नहीं होता है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप से पहले जो 15 सितंबर से 24 सितंबर तक जो है सर्बिया में होनी है, ऐसे में अगर सस्पेंशन रिवोक नहीं होगा रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का, तो भारतीय पहलवानों के लिए दिक्कतें होंगी, क्योंकि वो इंडियन फ्लैग के तहत जो है वो पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं कर पाएंगे। इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर जो है वो पार्टिसिपेशन होगा, यानी कि वो जो चैंपियनशिप पे पार्टिसिपेशन है वो इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे होगा, उनको इंडियन टीम की मान्यता के तौर पर नहीं देखा जाएगा। नबीला
जी, Himanshu, thank you very much for joining us on that. But this is highly tragic for all those budding wrestlers having ambitions to partake internationally. This comes as a huge setback. Cutting across to the Cauvery water tussle between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, it seems like the state, there's no end to this controversy. Karnataka farmers now remain defiant, opposing the release of Cauvery water. Meanwhile, Chief Minister on Wednesday convened an all-party meeting to discuss the interstate river dispute. At the meeting, it was decided to effectively fight a legal battle in the Supreme Court. Cooperation was sought from opposition parties to take all-party delegation to the centre, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, aimed at resolving the interstate water issues and pending projects. Expressing the Karnataka government's commitment to protect the state and its farmers' interests over releasing Cauvery river water to Tamil Nadu, Siddaramaiah stressed on evolving a distress formula for water sharing. Further he accused the neighbouring state of Tamil Nadu of opposing water sharing formula in the first place.
Once again,
Yesterday, I told the media people that we had all-party meeting regarding Cauvery water dispute.
So what is the stand of Karnataka, sir?
Karnataka,
Don't push again.
Karnataka will argue the matter because Tamil Nadu government has filed a petition
Yes, sir.
asking water to be released.
Yes, sir.
According to our stand, the petition filed by the Tamil Nadu government is not maintainable.
ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಡೇಟ್ ಟೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ ಡೇಟ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇವರು ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆಗ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ. ನಮ್ದೇನು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನೀಗ ಹೊಸ ಬೆಂಚು ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಕಾವೇರಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಳಲಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಹಿತವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ರೈತರ ಹಿತವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೀಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಒಂದು ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Cutting across to Anagha Keshav joining us live for more on that. Anagha, water sharing pact, that's precisely what Karnataka intends to achieve with Tamil Nadu, but you have for the first time Siddaramaiah, Karnataka Chief Minister, hitting out to Tamil Nadu saying that they've never been ready for a water sharing formula. What's the road ahead now?
You know, Nabila, tomorrow is that three-bench Supreme Court hearing, and the main stand that will be put forth by the Karnataka is to come up with a proper distress sharing formula. On an ordinary year, Karnataka releases 177 TMC of water in Begundlu to Tamil Nadu. Now, this year, there has been severe lack of rainfall, and keeping this in mind, a distress formula will be worked out. How much water has to be released to Tamil Nadu? You know, it will definitely be lesser than 177 AM. It will not be like how it was in the previous years. How much water should be released to Tamil Nadu and how much water should be kept for Karnataka for drinking purposes and for the farmers? When there is a period of distress like this, it has to be shared between both states is the kind of stance that we are seeing from the Karnataka government. Apart from that, a meeting, an all-party delegation meeting will also be meeting with the Prime Minister of India. It will be after he comes back from South Africa. Right from South Africa, he will land in Bengaluru and then further to Delhi. So once he gets back to Delhi, an all-party delegation will be meeting with the Prime Minister to put forth Karnataka's stance and to fight for the farmers of Karnataka.
All right. Thank you very much, Anagha, for joining us. Unfortunate news coming in from Karnataka's Kalburgi. An MLA's guard kills himself. He dies by suicide. Kalburgi Congress MLA's Watchman hangs himself from a tree. MLA Ajay Singh's Watchman, as he kills himself, the body has been found hanging from that tree there at the MLA's house itself. Devaya worked as a watchman for 2 years and then kills himself. He hangs himself on a tree located inside the MLA's house. This is a Congress MLA, Ajay Singh in Kalburgi, whose watchman, who worked for them for nearly 2 years, has committed suicide, and he's hung himself at a tree which is located inside the house of the Congress MLA. Let me cut across to Sagai Raj, who joins us for more on that. All right, we hear that Sagai has spoken to the Commissioner of Police of Kalburgi region. Here, listen in.
Can you please share the details of the suicide, sir?
No, he was found in the hanging position. So the body was found in the hanging position outside the house, inside the compound premises to the tree. We have called the FSL team and our scientific officer team. So even senior officer, I personally visited the spot. So now we have shifted the body. So regarding whatever the complaints of the deceased brother or family gives, we will take up the complaint and we will investigate.
All right. Let me cut across to Sagai Raj joining us. Highly unfortunate, Sagai, that the guard has killed himself and the body has been found hanging at a tree located inside Ajay Singh's house. Do we know the reason, what really led to this, the watchman claiming his own life?
So far, police have registered a case and investigating further, and we have also checked with the cops whether there is any kind of prima facie or any kind of details that they are gathering in this particular case. And they also said that they have not found any kind of suicide note till now. They are waiting on the base of the complaint. The family members will register it. They will go according to that and investigate further. As of now, there seems to be no foul play or there seems to be no suicide note in this particular death. But the police have found out that the body was in a hanging position, first seen by the cook of Ajay Singh's residence in Kalaburgi, and police are investigating further on the scene.
Well, any word from Ajay Singh, the Congress MLA? Has he spoken?
No, so far he has not spoken about this. We are trying to reach him, and probably once we get, we'll update on the same.
Thanks, Sagai, for joining us. Now, moving across to Kerala, Kerala government has restored the deleted NCERT portions from their school textbooks. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has now launched a supplementary book or textbooks that they have rolled out that includes the lessons that NCERT had removed. In fact, he criticized, its Chief Minister of Kerala has criticized them, claiming that the move was made by the NCERT department. It was a political one and is rooted in hatred and animosity. Pinarayi Vijayan has also said that portions removed, such as chapters of Mahatma Gandhi's assassination, the Mughal rule, poverty, and other areas are all essential. Omitting such information is not to lighten the textbooks, rather it is based on specific political interests. BJP, on the other hand, has slammed the Kerala government's move, saying that these chapters were deleted after a detailed discussion with the experts and that Kerala should abide by it. Kerala calls this nothing less than a political move.
ഗാന്ധി വധത്തിൽ പങ്കുള്ള വ്യക്തികൾ സംഘടനകൾ വെള്ളപൂശാനാണ് ഇത്തരം പരിഷ്കരണങ്ങളിലൂടെ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. അത്തരം വിവരങ്ങൾ പാഠപുസ്തകങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് വെട്ടിമാറ്റുന്നത് പാഠപുസ്തകങ്ങളുടെ ഭാരം കുറക്കാനല്ല, മറിച്ച് പ്രത്യേക രാഷ്ട്രീയ താൽപര്യങ്ങൾ മുൻനിർത്തിയാണ്.
The changes brought in by the NCERT is after a long study by experts in this field, and the allegation that it is not disclosed that who are these experts is absolutely silly, and it does not hold good at all. And there is absolutely no political motive in this, and the act of the Kerala government in introducing supplementary textbooks is nothing but trying to derail the entire educational process.
I'm cutting across to Shibi Mole, who joins us live. Shibi, tell us, what are those chapters that were pulled down and what are the chapters now that have been restored? We heard Pinarayi Vijayan saying that this was not, NCERT did not omit chapters to lighten the textbooks, it was just done with political intent. But give us those specific chapters that have been now included back.
Nabila, the chapters that's been included in the supplementary textbooks, in the history section, it includes Mughal history, Industrial Revolution, Independence fight, Gujarat riots, and after that, in the political science, it's the chapters included are the emergency, the 5-year plan, and Gandhi assassination, American imperialism, and the world politics. These are the chapters included. In economics, the poverty issues, the basic poverty issues existing in the country, and in social science, the chapters that includes are the illiteracy, casteism, and the other basic issues that's been faced in the country. These are the chapters, main chapters that's been included. The Darwin's theory of evolution is also one important chapter that's been included in the supplementary textbooks. Now, as we heard Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan saying from the beginning, he has been very critical. The government has been very critical about NCERT's decision to exclude these chapters, and it said that we will make sure that the students in the state will go on to learn these subjects, and went on to act very quickly. In fact, that yesterday evening, Chief Minister inaugurated the release of these supplementary textbooks and came down heavily against the NCERT's decision, pointing specifically on the Gandhi assassination chapter as well as the Mughal history chapter. He said that the Gandhi assassination chapter was excluded to whitewash the people who assassinated Gandhi, and the RSS ban that involved right after that. He also went on to say the Mughal history was excluded to create a perspective among the students that this country belongs to only one community and the others should be driven out of this country. So he took out specific examples, came down heavily saying that there's a lot of communal tension, communal riots going on in the country, and it's a very important time when students should be embedded with humanity and secularism, and that's what we're going to do.
Chevi, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, Kerala government calls this a political move wanting to undo the wrong. All right, now Russia's Evgeny Prigozhin, the Wagner chief, has been killed in a plane crash. Russian Civil Aviation Authority has said that Prigozhin was on the list of passengers on that plane. In fact, all the 9 passengers who were on board that private jet have all died. According to preliminary information, the people, including the Wagner chief, were about 10 of them, including the crew members, and all of them have lost their lives. In fact, the crash comes just 2 months after the Wagner chief launched a short-lived rebellion that was seen as the biggest challenge to the Russian President Vladimir Putin and his authority as he came to power. According to Russia's investigative committee, a criminal investigation has now been launched into the cause of the crash. US President Joe Biden has said that he was not really surprised by the reports that Russian mercenary chief had died in a plane crash, adding that not much happens in the country that President Vladimir Putin is not behind.
I don't know for a fact what happened, but I'm not surprised.
Do you believe?
There's not much that happens in Russia that Putin's not behind, but I don't know enough to know the answer.
But yes, would Putin have done this? Well, he has certainly the Russian security forces have a history of poisoning people at home and abroad, and political opponents or people that Mr. Putin has previously called traitors. And he has, of course, called Prigozhin, well, he's called some of them traitors. But, why did it take so long? Your original question.
Well, what we know is for certain that the Wagner chief had carried out a rebellion that was seen as possibly the most challenging times for Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it was at that time when there were talks between Putin and the Wagner chief to try and quell that dissent. And the troops were also withdrawn after that communication went through. But unfortunately here he's died in a plane crash. Clearly you have world leaders, including Joe Biden, US President, who casts aspersions on the credibility of the reports that are now surfacing on the reasons of death, calling this a mere plane crash. In fact, Abhishek Bhalla joining us for a little more on this. Abhishek, we heard what Joe Biden also had to say as a world leader. He does not believe that this is just a simple plane crash. But tell us more on how this case is really perceived. It was a private jet, the Wagner chief on board with 9 others, all of them dead. What was the reason for the crash, do we know?
Well, lots of speculation that is doing the rounds. Nabila, Russia's top investigating agency that probes serious crimes has already started an investigation. And, the background is extremely significant because it was in June when Prigozhin, the Wagner group's chief, had attempted a coup on Russia's Ministry of Defense, saying that they had to be taught a lesson. Remember, the Wagner group has played a crucial role in the war in Ukraine, fighting some of the pitched battles in eastern Ukraine. And there was a feeling within the Wagner group, the mercenary army of Russia, that they had been let down as far as the war in Ukraine was concerned, and that's the reason why they had planned that coup. That coup was pushed back by the Russian forces. And after that, there was an option given to the Wagner Group either to join the Russian forces or move to Belarus. It remains to be seen what comes out of this probe, but an extremely serious matter as far as Russia is concerned.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us on that. All right. A 3-day drama festival on the theme of myths of jungle, organized at the Vasant Valley School in Delhi, is currently underway. The festival is being held at the school premises. It's expected to conclude on Friday. A total of 12 schools from Delhi NCR participating in this drama festival. The festival caters to children aged between 9 and 11 years, offers a splendid opportunity to explore the medium of drama. The festival aims to enable children to script, perform and breathe life into their own plays as it gives a free rein to their creative expressions. I'm going to leave you with that.
कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This success belongs to all of humanity. ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है।
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे।
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. All the excitement around the Chandrayaan successful landing. I'm bringing you all of that. The headlines first. Hours after Chandrayaan's lander Vikram touches down on the moon, the rover Pragyan takes a walk on the moon's surface and begins its 14-day exploration. Politics over Chandrayaan's soft landing. Congress claims credit for mission. RJD says Modi hogged the limelight and not the scientists. Monsoon wreaks havoc in Himachal's Kulu. 7 multi-storied buildings crash as landslides hit the hill station. Wagner mercenary chief Prigozhin reportedly dies in a jet crash. All 10 on board have died in that private jet. And day 2 of Chess World Cup between Indian Grandmaster R. Pragnanda and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen ends in a draw. Both Grandmasters eye maiden world title on Thursday. All right, a successful Chandrayaan 3 soft landing, pride not only for India but indeed the world. Let's take you through all that celebrations that's come across through the day. After a historic soft landing by the Chandrayaan 3 on the moon, Indian diaspora erupted in celebrations at Times Square, New York City. Members of the Indian diaspora seen dancing to drum rolls as the country becomes the first in the world to land on the uncharted lunar South Pole. The Indian community in Johannesburg, South Africa, greeted Prime Minister Modi after that successful landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the moon's surface. Prime Minister signed posters that were handmade by the diaspora members for his grand welcome. After the successful Chandrayaan 3 mission, celebrations have erupted at the Isha Yoga Center in Coimbatore. Sadhguru himself extended his congratulatory message, blessings to all involved. The moment India's Vikram lander touched down successfully on the moon's south pole, celebrations erupted in Dublin. In a video shared by the BCCI, the Indian team was seen rejoicing successful landing of the Chandrayaan 3. And to witness that successful landing of Chandrayaan, the entire nation waited with bated breath. Cricketer MS Dhoni, like millions of other Indians, glued to their television screens, of course watching India Today, he was seen nonchalantly clapping as others around him broke into celebrations. Now, a big moment for the pride. In fact, pride for every Indian and people across the globe over Chandrayaan 3's successful landing. This really catapults India to becoming the first ever nation to venture into the South Pole of the moon. As Chandrayaan 3 achieves that historic mission, first images of the rover Pragyan were snapped. The rover Pragyan exits from the Vikram lander and will be exploring the lunar surface for the next 14 days. Celebrations erupt at the Indian Space Research Organization's Mission Control Center as the Ashoka Lion symbol imprint on the Pragyan rover wheels will be likely donning the surface of the moon's south pole. ISRO also released the first images from the lunar surface taken by the Vikram lander during Chandrayaan 3's descent. After that historic landing, ISRO has confirmed that communication link is established indeed, and it's been smooth with the Chandrayaan 3 lander. Let me quickly cut across to that exclusive interview that India Today has had with the ISRO chief Somnath, who speaks to my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath. Let's listen in.
Hello and welcome to this special segment with the man of the moment, the ISRO chairman, Mr. Somnath. Sir, firstly, congratulations to you on behalf of India Today and the whole of the country that we are so proud as to what has happened in the last 12 hours with ISRO and its achievements. First, tell us, what is the mood in your team? How overwhelmed are you? How proud and how happy are you today?
No, they are very joyful. They are excited to see the success of their hard work happening right on moon, and all that they wanted to achieve, the nominal mission has been achieved. So they are really excited to see further work to happen now, including the science experiment that are to happen. It also involves complex processes, complex activities, and involves a lot of systems on board to work very well. So they're all looking towards that now.
Take us through the last 15 minutes. I saw the live visuals. All of you were quite relaxed. You knew what was happening. Things were under control. Take us through what you were going through in the last 15 minutes since the start of the power descent till the touchdown.
See, when such an event takes place, especially like a landing, it is like a rocket launch. Rocket launch also, hundreds and thousands of events takes place, measurements and complex functionality do happen. So it is similar to that. So we were all waiting for the things to happen as nominally planned, but excited, yes.
It's been almost 12 hours since we have done a soft landing.
Yeah.
When India slept, the rover was just coming out. When India woke up this morning, we had to see the tweet that India has taken the first steps on the moon. Tell us the next course of action. What is the Pragyan rover doing right now? How far would it go? What experiments would it carry on?
See, Pragyan rover is just on the moon now. Now we have to move it further. There are a lot of things to do, which includes path planning, traveling little more distances. Then after that, doing experiments with it. But that will take some more time, and we have to have various other conditions suitable for it, including ground visibility, the ground stations availability, and very many things have to be checked. So depending on that, further activities on rover will take place.
The data is quite crucial, is what everyone is saying. We have seen scientists from US, Europe, across the globe congratulating you and saying this is not just an achievement for India, for the humanity as well, because southern part of the moon, south pole of the moon, no one has gone, and there are evidences that there might be water hidden there.
Yeah, as told by Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, he was also specifically telling this mission is just not for India alone. It's for the whole world, so that the other people get inspired to travel to moon and then find out and explore. I think there is a renewed interest in going to the southern part of the moon, hopefully to look for more of resources, natural resources that is suitable for human beings, for its colonization or further expansion or traveling beyond moon. So scientific community across the globe are very keen to see that we succeed and also bring out useful scientific results, as we did for Chandrayaan 1 and 2.
Sir, you were talking about the experiments would go on for 14 Earth days, that's one lunar day. But there were also reports about how you are trying to capture some power through the solar rays and then maybe reignite it on the next 14 days. Maybe the 28 days experiments would be carried on. Are we awful lot of it, or is just one lunar day that we are looking at?
See, we are nominally looking at only for one lunar day, which is 14 days until the sunlight is there. And the sun set at the end of the 14th day, we will have night falling in and the temperature will drop very drastically for the next 14 days. Even if you take preparatory actions, protections for all of that to survive, but the possibilities are very difficult. Though we tested it at lower temperature, it worked, but it need not in a very different environment. So we are hopeful that it will work after the 14 days. And once after the 14 days, most of the liquid inside, like the propellants, would have frozen. Some of the electronics would have got damaged. The battery also would have gone dead. So all these are possible. But the contrary is also equally possible. So we will wait for that remaining 14 days, like at the end of 28th day when the sun comes up, maybe a few days later, we will again check whether it is in good condition.
So I don't know if you had seen the amount of love that you have got in the last 24 hours. You were busy in the command center. When we reported, people from Kashmir to Kanyakumari holding Indian flags, children in all planetariums, saying Jai Hind, Jai ISRO. How does it feel to be in this chair today?
I would have been doing just the same if I was outside. It gives such a feeling of being Indian and celebrating our success of every Indian. I too feel from inside the same feeling.
What next for ISRO after Chandrayaan 3? What are the next upcoming projects? Of course, Gaganyaan is there. When do we see our own men, women going to the space?
Gaganyaan program is moving steadily. It is a very complex program. The only point that we don't want to miss the very first attempt. Of course, Chandrayaan 2 had that problem. So here we are moving very cautiously to ensure that we do enough number of tests, enough number of simulation, either go through a very elaborate development plan, and also we face certain challenges in terms of the last many years of like the COVID and also the global recession and global chip crisis, etc., etc. So that put us a little slow, but then we have picked up momentum now.
How soon would we be?
I am not defining any date for it right now. What we are focusing on to complete the design, to start testing. So the first of the major test, we have been doing hundreds of tests. Our rocket is already human rated, but the demonstration of the crew module and crew escape system is crucial. So that will happen possibly in end of September, October.
Oh, okay, great. The Prime Minister says that you were destined to be here and the soft landing to be done in Chandrayaan.
All right, that's the BRICS summit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also present there. It's going to be, of course, an important affair, as you also have Chinese President Xi Jinping, who's part of it. The BRICS summit 2023 in-person meet that's happening after a gap of nearly 3.5 years post-COVID. This is the first in-person meeting, and countries like Brazil, China, India, South Africa, of course, at this point, coming together to discuss various issues on trade, security, and a lot more.
The opening statements, and thereafter the President will invite his counterparts and colleagues from the BRICS member states to also present their statement. I'd like to now invite President Ramaphosa to kick us off with the media statement. Mr. President.
Thank you, Program Director, Your Excellencies, and various guests who are here with us, members of the media, and leaders of various organizations. It is a pleasure to present to you two matters. The first is to inform and advise you that the BRICS leaders in the 15th BRICS Summit have over the past 2 days had occasion to have discussions both in a retreat form as well as in a proper official summit. And in the course of those discussions, have reached a conclusion to adopt the Johannesburg II Declaration as a declaration that encompasses and covers the various issues that the leaders had to decide on. These matters have been in discussion for over a year in various iterations and meetings, being prepared by our Sherpas and ministers in various meetings. And in the end, a declaration has now been adopted as Declaration 2, Johannesburg Declaration 2, and is adopted.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Peter Wan, our correspondent who's joining us from Johannesburg to give us a perspective on the BRICS summit. Peter, today the world leaders are meeting. They're all on the same stage, multiple issues that's to be discussed. We hear that in the backdrop of the BRICS summit, Russian President Vladimir Putin justified the war with Ukraine. Give us a little more on what went by.
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, during those business forum meetings, the Russian president did address them. It wasn't really well taken by the other leaders as well. There was more of a case of not much said, not much agreement with that. It's always been the elephant in the room why the Russian president wasn't here. He was always going to try and use this summit as a way to win friends. That's what the local media here are saying, that he was using this opportunity for BRICS nations to try and win more friends and try and explain the Russian war to the world. I don't think it's worked really well, to be honest. It hasn't been discussed much with the leaders, and so that's where it stands at the moment on that issue.
Right. When speaking of bilateral ties, the BRICS bloc also wanting to expand their partnership. Give us more on on that move and what was discussed on that front.
Well, just on a sidebar, last night, Prime Minister Narendra Modi really was the toast of the town here in Johannesburg. There was a big BRICS banquet last night, a number of world leaders there really welcoming him and congratulating him. So it really was a fantastic evening. But it's back to work for him today. A number of bilateral conversations he's got lined up with Ethiopia, as well as Iran and Mozambique. A lot of tension in terms of within the BRICS bloc as to who's actually going to be included in this extended BRICS bloc setup. There was an agreement that was meant to be adopted, but apparently the word on the town is that Narendra Modi actually introduced more criteria for some of these nations. And so there was a delay in adopting who these nations were going to be. So bilateral discussions today for Narendra Modi. The big elephant in the room, once again, as was yesterday, is no official word whether he will meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. There are a couple of slots available for him, but we'll have to wait and see whether that actually happens. We do know that the Prime Minister is leaving this evening on his official trip to Greece. And so the time clock is ticking. They've got a busy day as well here in meetings in Sandton.
All right. Peter, I can't help but ask, the Chandrayaan-3 successful landing, India's moon mission has really has been lauded globally. During the BRICS summit, did you see any kind of celebrations? What's been the mood there? And we want to know, we want to hear feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it really was a big thing here as well. I saw a lot of still photographs from the banquet last night, and you can be assured that the leaders knew about it. It really was such an historic moment, and it kind of gave Narendra Modi a bit of a lift. He's been a busy man. He's been traveling quite a bit, but there really was a sense of history yesterday. And you can be assured that President Cyril Ramaphosa, who he sat next to last night during that banquet, as well as the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, you can be assured that the Prime Minister certainly had a few words to him saying, well, we landed on the moon. You guys couldn't seem to do it. So there really is a sense of achievement, and it certainly got some big coverage here yesterday. It was a fantastic moment.
Prime Minister Modi also joined the live coverage virtually, so he was very much in Johannesburg when he was part of that kind of celebration here. But today, what's really expected, Peter? Would you be able to spell out that meeting that's just begun? We hear the South African president take the lead there. What's expected to be spoken and tabled today?
So today, the official program is talking about Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus. So it's all about extending that BRICS bloc, practically how it's going to work. It's always going to be difficult. Talks of a BRICS currency, talks of continued talks of how practically that it's going to work with all these BRICS nations, the de-dollarization, possibly a BRICS currency, and always the ease of doing business between the BRICS nation. They're also going to be talking about how to deal with pandemics. We've obviously seen over the last few years how the COVID pandemic affected the entire globe, and how South Africa actually got so many of their vaccines from India. So trying to open up those kind of conversations on medical crises, how to deal with those, that is going to be the main conversation of the day today.
All right. Has there been any word on that matter of a meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping, of course, on the sidelines of BRICS? Has there been any positive movement on that front?
No, there hasn't. Simple as that. I'm going to be heading over to the main I'm about 500 meters from the main convention center now. They're in official talks, but it's more this afternoon is when those bilateral conversations, and on the Prime Minister's sort of itinerary, it just says bilateral conversations, but no country given. Whereas with other bilateral meetings, the country's name is given. So who knows? There is no official word. There are obviously border tensions between the two countries. So it'll be interesting to see whether they do secure that. At this stage, there is no official word that there will be bilateral conversations. We do know that Xi Jinping he's quite a tough man to get to nail down. He wasn't at the opening of the BRICS summit. We're still unsure of to where he was. He was given it to the business minister to give his opening remarks. So there was no real pictures of Xi Jinping last night at the banquet either. We were looking for those as well. But only time will tell. Prime Minister's running out of time to be here. He leaves this evening at about 6, 7 o'clock local time. So time is running out, but we'll sure to let you know should anything transpire in that regard.
Peter, as we know that BRICS is really attempting or looking forward to expand their bloc, wanting more nations that are interested to join in to make this a powerful global south, a good counterweight to the West. Yet we see the real problem areas are China and Russia. Are those issues going to be really addressed by the nations' chiefs themselves?
Well, as I said earlier, Russia has used this summit to try and gain friends. We do know that the Chinese provide so much support to African countries. We import a lot of Chinese goods. So there were different agendas, we would say, for the Chinese and the Russians for this summit. The Russians were trying to win support. Russian President Vladimir Putin was not here this week because of that ICC arrest warrant that is out here. It would have been extremely awkward having to issue an arrest warrant to him. The global world would have been watching. So it'll be interesting to see. There weren't close ties between Sergei Lavrov and Xi Jinping. It's been very cordial. It hasn't been over the top friendly. It's been more of a focus on how they're going to practically implement the things that they've set aside to try the BRICS currency to try and implement that, and also ease the use of trade between all these countries and how to make it practically easier. There's also talk this morning of a BRICS, an easier way to get people to travel within BRICS, a BRICS passport or a BRICS visa, to try and make medium and small enterprises easier to do business across the African continent, as well as within BRICS countries. There's talk of BRICS games, sports games as well. So a lot of talk shop at this point, a lot of frustration, no doubt in the days to come from South Africans to say, well, how are these all going to be implemented? How is it going to change the ease of doing business for small businesses in South Africa? And that's really where the elephant in the room is right now.
Absolutely. Peter, do stay with us. I'm also going to cut across to Gaurav Sawant, who joins us right from the newsroom, has been tracking very closely the BRICS summit. Prime Minister Modi attends the BRICS summit, Gaurav, in Africa. This is a big outreach. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping seen talking ahead of the meeting amid the suspense over India-China talks. The Chinese president also seen interacting with Prime Minister Modi. But very briefly, Can we say that this would translate to a meeting on the friction points and the trouble that India has been having with China?
So these images are very interesting. The Prime Minister is walking in front, the Chinese president just behind him, and there is some kind of a conversation. And the translator of the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, seems to be leaning forward, trying to catch what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is saying. Very, very interesting visual. Of course, there's just a very small glimpse before all the heads of state and government come for that BRICS summit statement. It's also a fact that Xi Jinping skipped a very important meeting and sent his commerce minister instead. This was the business forum, again an area where India has made a big pitch for big BRICS nations to come together. There's also the Africa outreach, again, where India is making a big pitch. These are two very powerful countries in this grouping, China and India. While China is trying to increase its influence, India is trying to be the counterbalance and ensure that democracies and the voice of democracies prevail in this very, very important economic grouping. And countries don't fall prey to Chinese Chinese tactics like many have in the past. But what will this lead to? Look, remember, even when Chinese President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a conversation in Bali on the sidelines of G20, we just saw that very brief glimpse of that summit dinner. But the details filtered out only 8 months later, when we were told that this was a brief but very important conversation where the need was felt to stabilize the relationship between India and China. And the two heads of state and government gave directions to their respective diplomats and commanders on ground to ensure stability. But there is a big disconnect in the way China perceives the border situation and the way India perceives the border situation. India has made it very clear, for the relationship to move forward, peace and tranquility has to prevail at the borders. Now, that's India's only precondition. China, on the other hand, says borders should not be allowed to impact the relationship otherwise, which India says is a strict no-no. And then it's also a fact that India is the host of G20 this year, and the Chinese President Xi Jinping is expected to come to Delhi. So, very, very difficult negotiations. It's a tightrope walk, and that's what India is doing right now, because India has to ensure that G20 is a success with an expansionist neighbor that will be a guest at the G20 too. So, that diplomacy is currently underway. That image that our viewers are seeing is very, very interesting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi showing that newspaper which says, India's Modi is out of this world. That's the big headline across that newspaper, Nabila.
Of course, all of this comes right in the backdrop of Chandrayaan's successful landing, and India's position itself. We're elated. This has catapulted us to being viewed as a world superpower. I will say this. I have to say this because scientists have said if one can conquer the moon, they conquer the world. So I will say that this is viewed as India's step to become the world superpower. And at this point, Prime Minister Modi taking that lead there. Chinese President Xi Jinping right behind Modi, attempting to speak to him. It almost looks like that initiation has come from Xi Jinping more than Modi himself, Gaurav. If you see that image, if we could play that out yet again, it's Xi Jinping attempting to have a word with Prime Minister Modi as he walks ahead.
It's very, very interesting visuals. Of course, every word that the Prime Minister utters or the Chinese President utters is then, discussed in detail with that core team, the National Security Advisor, the Foreign Minister, and they would then perhaps, all of them together decide, because this is India's moment, whether it's from the ramparts of the Red Fort or otherwise. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made one thing very clear: this is India's moment, and India needs to harness every moment now to ensure that this is the time where India takes that big jump for India to be a developed nation by 2047, which is 100 years of India's independence. So the entire effort, as far as the Prime Minister and his team are concerned, is to ensure that big jump happens, whether it's economy, whether it's armed forces, whether it's strategy, whether it's development, whether it's infrastructure. In every aspect, they want to take the country forward. Whatever impediments that are there, whether it's an expansionist neighbor like China, because otherwise the world is actually coming with India to ensure that India moves forward. As the Prime Minister also said at that G20, at that BRICS summit, that India will be the engine to take the world forward. That's India's effort. What can hold it back? Well, countries like China, and the effort is to checkmate China, at the same time ensure that China is there for the G20 summit. So that's the diplomatic tightrope, and that walk that you were talking about, very, very interesting. Again, the point that you raised, Nabila, extremely interesting. The Chandrayaan successfully landing near the South Pole of the moon. It sends out a very big signal to the entire world. I was interviewing Minister for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and he said other countries have spent thousands of crores. India spent just about 600 crores and achieved that and more, being the first to land near the South Pole of the moon. So that's a very big signal that goes out to the world.
All right. Gaurav, stay with us. I'm cutting across to Peter as well, who's right there in Johannesburg. Peter, a quick word from you, shifting our focus to, as we see that Xi Jinping is attempting to speak to Prime Minister Modi, there seems to be some kind of movement on that front. And also for the G20, it's likely that Xi Jinping will be arriving in India. Any word or buzz around there about a meeting that could likely happen? You said no, but I'd like to ask you again, considering this visual here speaks aloud.
Look, a few hours is a long time in politics. You're seeing the visuals of what's happening inside. He does have time today. There's no two ways about it. You can never write that opportunity off. And so it's a possibility. We know that, as you say, India is a very powerful nation. So is China. It would be well worth for them to sit down and have a bilateral conversation. And it wouldn't surprise me if, during these next few hours, that some time was set aside just for the two leaders to meet and their officials to meet and to just try and get on the same footing, just to try and get, any elephants in the room out of the way and maybe plot a way forward. Look at the positives and the negatives. There is a border dispute that is underway as well, but to try and look at how to grow things and how to work closely together and just get a political understanding of each other. What we also need to understand is that all these BRICS countries have different political standings with different countries. So they've all got to get on the same page in terms of a BRICS expansion. For example, we do know that bilateral conversations will happen today between Prime Minister Modi and the leaders of Iran. Now, they do say in their policy documents that
Peter,
an admission criteria...
I'd like you to hold, please. I'm going to cut across to the South African president taking the lead, speaking at the BRICS summit as it begins.
Excellencies, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं राष्ट्रपति मेरे मित्र रामाफोसा जी को इस ब्रिक्स समिट के सफल आयोजन के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि 3 दिन की इस बैठक से कई सकारात्मक परिणाम सामने आए हैं। हमने ब्रिक्स की 15वीं वर्षगांठ पर इसका विस्तार करने का महत्वपूर्ण फैसला लिया है। जैसा मैंने कल कहा था, भारत ने ब्रिक्स की सदस्यता में विस्तार का हमेशा से पूरी तरह समर्थन किया है। भारत का ये मत रहा है कि नए सदस्यों के जुड़ने से ब्रिक्स एक संगठन के रूप में मजबूत तथा हमारे सभी साझा प्रयासों को एक नया बल देने वाला होगा। इस कदम से विश्व के अनेक देशों का मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में विश्वास और सुदृढ़ होगा। मुझे खुशी है कि हमारी टीम्स ने मिलकर एक्सपांशन के गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स, स्टैंडर्ड्स, क्राइटेरिया और प्रोसीड्यूर पर सहमति बनाई है और इनके आधार पर आज हम अर्जेंटीना, इजिप्ट, ईरान, सऊदी अरब, इथियोपिया और यूएई का ब्रिक्स में स्वागत करने के लिए सहमत हुए हैं। सबसे पहले मैं इन देशों के लीडर्स और वहां के नागरिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन देशों के साथ मिलकर हम अपने सहयोग को एक नई गति और नई ऊर्जा देंगे। भारत के इन सभी देशों के साथ बहुत ही गहरे संबंध हैं, बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक संबंध है। ब्रिक्स की मदद से हमारे द्विपक्षीय सहयोग में नए आयाम अवश्य जुड़ेंगे। जिन अन्य देशों ने भी ब्रिक्स से जुड़ने की अभिलाषा व्यक्त की है, भारत उनको भी पार्टनर कंट्रीज के रूप में जोड़ने के लिए कॉन्सेंसस बनाने में योगदान देगा। फ्रेंड्स, ब्रिक्स का विस्तार एवं आधुनिकीकरण इस बात का संदेश है कि विश्व के सभी इंस्टीट्यूशंस को बदलते समय की परिस्थितियों के अनुरूप ढलना चाहिए। ये एक ऐसी पहल है जो 20वीं सदी में स्थापित अन्य ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के रिफॉर्म के लिए एक मिसाल बन सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अभी मेरे मित्र रामाफोसा जी ने भारत के मून मिशन को लेकर के ढेरों बधाइयां दी और मैं यहां कल से अनुभव कर रहा हूं, हर किसी से बधाइयां मिल रही हैं और दुनिया भर में भी इस सफलता को एक देश की सीमित सफलता के रूप में नहीं, लेकिन पूरी मानव जाति की एक महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के रूप में स्वीकार किया जा रहा है। ये हम सभी लोगों के लिए अत्यंत गर्व का विषय है और भारत के वैज्ञानिकों को पूरे विश्व की तरफ से अभिनंदन का अवसर है। फ्रेंड्स, कल शाम भारत के चंद्रयान ने चांद के दक्षिण ध्रुव पर सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग की। ये केवल भारत के लिए ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरे विश्व के वैज्ञानिक समुदाय के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। और जिस क्षेत्र में भारत ने अपना टारगेट तय किया था, वहां पहले कभी कोई प्रयास नहीं हुआ है और ये प्रयास सफल हुआ है। तो बड़ा डिफिकल्ट टेरेन के ऊपर विज्ञान हमें पहुंचा पाया है। ये अपने आप में विज्ञान की, वैज्ञानिकों की बड़ी सफलता है। इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर आप सबकी तरफ से मुझे भारत को, भारत के वैज्ञानिकों को और दुनिया की वैज्ञानिक कम्युनिटी को जो बधाई के संदेश मिले हैं, मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से आप सबका मेरी तरफ से, मेरे देशवासियों की तरफ से और मेरे वैज्ञानिकों की तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। थैंक यू।
Of my Indian scientists. Thank you very much.
All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken at the BRICS summit, again referring to Chandrayaan 3's success. Speaking of India and its abilities at this summit, you have all the world leaders, including the South Africa, Brazil, China, India and Russia. We do not see Vladimir Putin. Russian president isn't present here. As we see, the BRICS summit has just about begun with Xi Jinping now taking over.
Colleagues, friends from the press, I am pleased to join you here. At the outset, I wish to thank President Ramaphosa and the South African government for the thoughtful arrangements they made for the BRICS summit this year. BRICS countries are all countries with important influence and shoulder important responsibilities for world peace and development. During the summit, we had in-depth exchanges on the current international situation and BRICS cooperation, reached broad consensus, adopted the declaration, and achieved fruitful outcomes. Leaders of the 5 countries unanimously agreed to invite Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Argentina, Iran, and Ethiopia to the BRICS family as official members. China congratulates these countries and highly appreciate the efforts made by our chair, South Africa, and President Ramaphosa. This membership expansion is historic. It shows the determination of BRICS countries for unity and cooperation with the broader developing countries. It meets the expectation of the international community and the common interests of emerging market countries and developing countries. The expansion is also a new starting point for BRICS cooperation. It will bring new vigor to the BRICS cooperation mechanism, further strengthen the force for world peace and development. I am confident as long as we work with a common purpose, there's a lot BRICS cooperation can achieve, and the future will be bright for BRICS countries. Let us work together to write a new chapter of emerging market countries and developing countries working together in unity for development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Xi. Ordinarily, in the acronym
All right,
of
that's
BRICS,
the BRIC summit that's just begun in Johannesburg, South Africa. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is there. He's just spoken and of course pledged commitment to ensure that the BRIC nations will come together and work together for peace and better bilateral ties to make this a strong counter to the West. Now we see that visual there that's very interesting that we're highlighting for you of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping. A brief chat as they walk to get their positions, to take a seat. Right before that, while they were walking, they have had a word with one another. Of course, one does not know what exactly was that exchange of talk, but it was surely visible of Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi having a brief chat as they walk to their respective chairs. These are live visuals that we bring to you of the BRICS summit. You have all the leaders of the countries of the BRICS bloc, including, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the South African President, Chinese President Xi Jinping. You have the representatives from Brazil and Russia. Of course, Russian President Vladimir Putin is not there on this stage here today. Let me cut across to Peter joining us, who's bringing us all the updates from Johannesburg on the BRICS summit. Peter, tell us more as we heard the leaders speak. A quick word on their pledge and commitment to ensure that the principles and their ethics of the BRICS summit itself, they are committed to working towards it. Give us more on what Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi said.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good on paper. That's how many of the people here in South Africa feel. We have these big summits here. A lot of them seem to be talk shops because at the end of the day, it only affects the rich people. And what's fascinating about our two countries, about many of these BRICS blocks countries, is that there's severe poverty in these countries. And it's all about uplifting the poor people and making lives better for them. You know, just touching on what Prime Minister Modi said yesterday as well. You know, the involvement of the BRICS Bank and how that could possibly help funding to come into countries to try and help the poor people in the world. That's their main goal. Also, you know, on the back of the moon landing, Narendra Modi yesterday saying that BRICS space exploration is something that they will be looking into as well. BRICS satellites, BRICS space research. But will that actually happen? I mean, that's the big question, you know. So also, it's weird that South Africa and India have a lot of issues on the ground, similar issues, things like education, things like technology and access to technology. He spoke yesterday of the Diksha platform for children in rural areas. There are vast people in South Africa and India who don't have access to education and to technology. So it's those kind of things that time will only tell whether they actually transpire out of these big BRICS summits. Sandton literally closes down for 3 days here. You have people watching on, to try and see whether actually something comes of it will be interesting. Let's see, though, what happens, though. It's fascinating to see the pictures of Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi, because behind closed doors 2 nights ago, they were also at a banquet together last night as well. So it'll be interesting to see whether some official word will be made as to whether they can sit down and actually have a conversation and deal with the issues at hand. So that's where we are at the moment. Also on what Narendra Modi said yesterday, the COVID vaccination progress, and also helping South Africa in the medical field. We're way behind. Our very poor medical facilities here in South Africa, public medical facilities, private medical healthcare is extremely expensive here in South Africa as well. So hopefully these kinds of meetings and these kinds of summits can actually mean something for people on the ground. So over in the next few hours, we'll see those bilateral discussions. It shouldn't be long left for all of these BRICS leaders to finish their addresses. They'll head then into bilateral conversations.
Right. Speaking of South Africa, we believe that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also pushed for the African Union to be a permanent member of the G20. They're hoping for the BRICS nations to support him on that. Do give us more.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one, because a lot of African countries are pushing to be now members of the BRICS bloc, but they're pushing them to the African Union to be a member of the G20 summit. So, whether that will happen or not, as we've said throughout these whole few days, is that these BRICS countries hold a lot of power. China is one of the biggest, second biggest economy in the world. India is one of the fastest growing economies. So, the global north will certainly be listening in on this, maybe giving some thought to the African continent as a proportion for growth in the world. We're one of the most underdeveloped continents as well. And it might seem like a good idea for the African Union to become part of that fold in the G20. We've also got AGOA coming up here in South Africa in the next few months. So that will contrast the discussions that are going on now. Our relationship with the United States will certainly then come into the spotlight. And we know that Russia and the United States are certainly not on the same footing in terms of that war in Ukraine at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how our president deals with that politically. And so it'll be interesting to see whether the AU will eventually be included in the G20.
Right. Final word from you, Peter, as we see Russian President Vladimir Putin is missing from this meeting. We believe he's recorded a message, and that was relayed as part of the summit, but he himself wasn't willing to be part of this meeting here. If he's really wanting to make friends, then he should be here available answering questions.
Absolutely. In the build-up to the summit months ago, it was always an possibility that the BRICS summit could actually change venue and to be hosted, somewhere else in China or Brazil, one of the other big BRICS players. There was a lot of talk about, what would we do if Vladimir Putin actually came to South Africa for the BRICS summit. It actually caused a group of African leaders to actually go to Moscow to meet with President Putin to speak to him about, trying to come up with some kind of solution to the war in Ukraine. It was called a peace mission to go there. And I think on the sidelines of that meeting, there may have been discussions between South Africa's president and the Russian delegation to say, there is this ICC warrant of arrest out for you that should you arrive in South Africa, we would have to implement that. And that could create a lot of problems here in Johannesburg, a lot of problems globally. So the safer bet would be to just join remotely. Some people find it a bit disingenuous in that we're in bed with Russia, we're in bed with China, we're in bed with India, yet there is this war in Ukraine going on that doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. So how Cyril Ramaphosa deals with that, only time will tell. He's the kind of president that wants to be friends with everybody. And let's see if this may be detrimental to his political standings. We do know in South Africa, there's a big general election coming up next year. And this summit, many people have said, for his foreign policy, will gain him a lot of votes. So it'll be interesting to see how those elections unfold next year.
All right. Peter, for what we know now that India has achieved the Chandrayaan mission successfully, India is, at least seemingly gives it a thrust and puts us in a power position when it comes to deciding or suggesting. Would we know on the suggestions that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given on the sidelines of BRICS?
Yeah, as you heard him just say now, he's received so much support and congratulations around the world from the moon landing. And they've certainly India put themselves now on the map in terms of space, but also in just terms of logistics and how they go ahead in this summit. There's a lot of more upbeatness about his trip. There was a report that he was a bit upset on his arrival that President Ramaphosa or Deputy President Paul Mashatile did not welcome him. He actually called, it was a rumor that he said he would remain on the plane and try until somebody such as the president or the deputy president welcomed him. But he certainly is a popular character here in Johannesburg and in South Africa. We saw the diaspora meetings greeting him. There was footage on social media of him stopping on the side of the road as he was heading to one of his engagements to greet the fans on the side of the road. So he certainly is a very, very popular character here in South Africa.
All right. Tell us a little more about the BRICS. The meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi has not been really penned out. There's no plan on such a meet. But what we know is that Xi Jinping is likely to come into India for the G20. So we believe as much as Russia is attempting to try and make nice with its other BRIC nations partners or the big BRIC bloc, China is also attempting the same. Post-COVID, it appears that China has softened its stance, even though on the borders with India, they've been aggressive. But otherwise, on platforms like this, Xi Jinping has usually, more often than not, seen attempting to have a conversation with leaders, including Prime Minister Modi.
We obviously know Xi Jinping was on a state visit here 2 days ago. So he spent a lot of time signing deals with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. The schedules are quite tight. Obviously, one would have thought that some kind of discussion would be had to try and set up a bilateral with him to try and find a time in the schedule here this week, in the next couple of days, or in the past few days that would be. But the schedule is quite tight. They've got summits, retreats in the evening. They've got bilateral conversations. They've got the BRICS Business Forum, which has also taken place. So one would have thought that prior to the BRICS summit, that they would have tried to set out some time to try and discuss the issues at hand, or that his teams, all the delegations are here. They've got a number of senior officials on both sides, both the Indian government and the Chinese government, to try and, to find a way that they could spend some time together, sit down, thrash out the ideas of the border issues, and then look at building their trade relations between one another. So time is of the essence. These summits go very quickly because of meetings and addresses to the media and evening functions as well. So we've only got a few more hours. It's 10:15 here in the morning right now. Yeah. And he's scheduled to have bilaterals with Iran, Mozambique, and Ethiopia a little bit later on today. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can find that time. Time is of the essence here. It's complicated.
Peter, but for us, the takeaway right here from the BRICS summit, at least when it comes to a takeaway image, this is for sure Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping having a brief chat while they're headed to take their chairs before the BRICS summit began. Now, this came just moments before they spoke on that stage. Will this brief chat between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping translate into a formal meeting? Will there be any movement and progress when it comes to China's aggression along the borders and India negotiating in favor of the country? Of course, that remains to be seen, but this is certainly the highlight. We're stepping into a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned to India Today.
कदमों की आहटें। कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This success belongs to all of humanity. ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है।
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 24 degrees.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the headlines first. First time since Galwan, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping shake hands on the BRICS stage. Massive suspense over India-China talks. Hours after Chandrayaan's lander Vikram touches down on the moon, rover Pragyan takes a walk on the surface of the moon, begins its exploration. Politics over Chandrayaan's soft landing. Congress claims credit for mission. RJD says Modi hogged the limelight and not the scientists. Monsoon wreaks havoc in Himachal's Kulu. 7 multi-story buildings come crashing down after landslides hit the hill station. Wagner mercenary chief Prigozhin reportedly dies in a jet crash. The Wagner chief's name in Jet's passengers list, and all 10 of them have died. This happened in the north of Moscow. Day 2 of the Chess World Cup between Indian Grandmaster R. Pragnananda and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen ends in a draw. Both Grandmasters eye a maiden world title on Thursday. Right on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, we saw this big image that surfaced of Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping shaking hands in Johannesburg. Chinese President Xi Jinping seen talking to Modi. Prime Minister Modi and Xi sharing that stage at BRICS summit, and a brief chat as they had while they were walking towards their chairs. First Modi-Xi handshake since the Galwan clash. That's the image that you see there. Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi having a brief chat. Of course, we're still unsure of whether this will translate into a meeting or not between the Prime Minister and Xi Jinping. Bilateral talks would happen or not is still unclear. But yet this image speaks aloud. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping seen for the first time talking post the Galwan clash. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping sharing stage on the BRICS summit, and we see here a clear look at the Prime Minister and Xi Jinping chatting while they walk to assume their chairs. This is the BRICS summit in Johannesburg, and for the first time after Galwan clashes, we see the Prime Minister and Xi Jinping shaking hands and having a brief chat as they walk towards taking their chairs at the BRICS summit. In fact, we saw Prime Minister speaking at the BRICS summit as well. We heard him mention the Chandrayaan success, the mission, and also commitment to the principles of the BRICS summit. And while that happened, it was just around the time when they were walking towards their chairs that Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping both chatted with each other very briefly. It was barely a few, we could say about a minute, while they walked towards their chairs. They chatted, shook hands, and Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping assumed their chairs. This is just before the BRICS summit speech happened. We're playing that image out for you. Peter Van Anselin joining us right from Johannesburg. I'm going to cut to him right at this moment. Peter, of course, India decoding this very image that we see on our screens of Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping shaking hands, having a brief chat as they walk towards assuming their chairs at the BRICS summit. Tell us more on the buzz about this bonhomie that we saw briefly between the Prime Minister and Chinese President.
Yeah, well, we are just getting word now, and it's the first time that it's been mentioned since the BRICS summit has started. And it's from a leading news agency here in Johannesburg that the Chinese ambassador to South Africa has confirmed that the two countries will indeed hold talks. I'm just paraphrasing what they said here. He has downplayed the tensions between the two countries and said they have a lot of common interests and some problems. So this is the first word, unofficial albeit unofficial, that the two countries will be meeting, possibly in the coming hours. And those visuals that we just saw may be indicative of what's to come in the next few hours, that some kind of agreement has been reached to try and sit down around a table and talk. That both of these countries, India and China, have backed an expansion of BRICS. There may be issues around who they would like to see join BRICS, as well as the border disputes. Maybe that topic could be discussed. But in terms, this is the first time we've heard in the last few days that discussions may well happen, and this morning's pictures may well be indicative of that. So it'll be interesting to see whether those discussions do take place.
Right. This handshake, of course, speaks aloud for the only reason because there's been a lot of talk and buzz around a meeting that could be likely possible. Even the Indian diplomats did not give a hard no. In fact, have been positive of having of maybe scheduling a meeting with Xi Jinping. That's on the Indian side, has been very receptive. But from the Chinese side, do we know, have you heard a word on whether Xi Jinping is interested or looking forward to, one, the G20 meet in India, and two, to actually address the aggression that China has been posing along the Indian borders?
He seems to have been a difficult guy to get hold of this week, apart from obviously his official engagements. As we heard earlier, he did not attend the opening BRICS Business Forum. No one knew why he didn't go there, and he was obviously on a state visit as well. So he's seemingly quite a difficult guy to get hold of. There's obviously a lot of interpreting issues as well. It's not a matter of, sitting down and being able to discuss in one language. Often the language barrier does pose timing issues. But it seems, though, from these pictures that we're seeing this morning, that and from the words of the Chinese ambassador to South Africa, that they are willing to sit down around the table and talk to the Indian officials, to Narendra Modi. And it really is, I think, a matter of time. The Chinese are a massive economy. And they seem to have agreed on most items brought ahead this week at the BRICS conference. They've agreed on the expansion. They've agreed on the possibility of a BRICS currency. They've agreed on most items. There's been no sense of disagreement on any issues raised at any of the forums here during the BRICS summit.
Right. Well, this is certainly unclear yet whether Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping are going to have a formal bilateral talk. But the BRICS summit, by and large, has been successful for India in the sense of Prime Minister Modi there. Like Peter said a little earlier, is the flavor of that meet. He has been lauded for, of course, the Chandrayaan's successful mission, and also Prime Minister Modi in a position to suggest and recommend several changes for the BRICS bloc. Tell us more on that front. Speaking of Prime Minister's suggestions, you did highlight a little earlier. We'd like you to reiterate yet again on what was proposed by India.
Yeah, he was extremely happy. I mean, it was quite ironic that he was here in Johannesburg upon the landing of the Chandrayaan. He was there watching. He'd obviously had meetings in the morning. He addressed a BRICS forum in the morning, just a few hours before the landing. So I think it was no coincidence that he was planning on watching it, and that his officials had planned for him to just sit and watch the landing. And we watched it here live in Johannesburg as well, and you could see the excitement. It's been as I said last night on India Today, it's been a tiring trip for the Indian Prime Minister. He travelled a few nights ago. He arrived here and he was straight into back-to-back meetings, back-to-back sessions of the BRICS summit. So this really gave him a bit of a boost in his step. He's been at that summit last night. He was at the banquet last night. He sat next to the Russian Foreign Secretary Sergei Lavrov. He also got sat next to Cyril Ramaphosa. Lots of images coming out from that banquet last night. Him chatting to a lot of other heads of states who are here about the landing on the moon, and there was real excitement. And we need to understand this is not just about landing on the moon. This is a big power shift in the space and aviation industry as well. Has spoken about.
Undoubtedly, it does put India in a position of power in many different ways. But do stay with us, Peter. I'm going to quickly cut across to Shiv Arur, also joining us very closely, watching the BRICS summit. Shiv, we see this is a great photo op. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, that handshake, a very brief chat before both of them went on to assume their chairs. But will this really translate into a structured bilateral talk between the two nations, which has been lacking for at least 4 years now?
Well, Nabila, first off, a small clarification. There's no handshake that was at least visible in the video, and there's no information to suggest that the two leaders actually shook hands, which would, send out a completely different signal. So until we have that picture, we're not going to say that. But you're right. The fact that the two of them interacted, does suggest that there is, some kind of breaking of ice between the two leaders. But given that much of what's happening in BRICS, as Peter said, is happening behind closed doors, there's no, substantive way of figuring out just what, kind of interaction has happened between these two leaders. The suspense over a possible bilateral continues to exist. Remember, the Indian Prime Minister is leaving for Greece tomorrow, and from there he's going to make his way to Bengaluru directly for the Chandrayaan 3 celebration with ISRO. But while he is at BRICS, the photo ops are, speaking loud. All the right noises are being made about the expansion of BRICS. The looming G20 adds its own flavor to India's aura of leadership and the global south. But the fact that India is very, very keen to see some kind of forward movement with China over the biggest military standoff that has existed for the last 3 years and counting now is something that compels us to read a great deal, even to the smallest video clips. That's the reason why this brief interaction between the Indian Prime Minister and Xi Jinping, we don't know what the Prime Minister is saying. He's got his hand up. What exactly is it? Is it, did this conversation lead in from some other point? Did Xi Jinping say something to which the Indian Prime Minister was responding to? Could two world leaders possibly have something substantive to say to each other while they're walking from their chairs to another part of the room? These are all tantalizing questions right now. But let's remember that the India-China issue is a big festering one. The world is looking at it. These are the two largest countries in the world in terms of population. They've got the world's two largest standing armies. Both are nuclear powers. They've got, a dispute that's currently, part of a huge military standoff in eastern Ladakh. They're warring over issues in the South China Sea, the Indian Ocean region, etc. So the India-China issue has a bearing on the security of the entire world. So this little image of Modi and Xi actually resonates, across the security and safety spectrum of not just India and China, Nabila, but the entire world. And I have to only conjecture that much of what happens today, even behind closed doors, is going to come up when the G20 begins a few weeks from now.
19 rounds of military-level talks between the two nations have by far failed. At least China has not lived up to their word, Shiv. And this, at a time, we can't expect Prime Minister Modi to really offer a handshake. And that's precisely what you said. We don't see a handshake there, but we do see exchange of words. We do see Xi Jinping making that effort to say something to Prime Minister Modi. It came from his side, and that's clear from that visual here that Xi Jinping was the one who initiated that talk with Prime Minister Modi. Modi was right ahead of Xi Jinping while Xi said something to Modi. Modi responded, and they went on to assume their chairs. But nothing substantial when it comes to an actual bilateral talk between the two nations. In fact, India, we believe, has Prime Minister Modi has about 5 bilateral meetings set up today, while 3 nations are already known: Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Iran. These are bilateral talks that they're going to have with these nations, but the 2 other nations and who those representatives are still unclear. But what we see here is a clear chat between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping ahead of Xi also coming down to India, to Delhi, to be part of the G20 meeting. Peter is also with us. Peter, give us a sense of China's side, or any word on whether China is mulling over holding a bilateral talk with India at the BRICS summit, on the sidelines of BRICS summit.
Yeah, look, there was that word from the Chinese ambassador to South Africa that they would be engaged with Indian officials on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. So maybe one of those bilateral engagements that was not given a specific name of a country, that time may be given to the Chinese, depending on Xi's President Xi's schedule. We don't know his official schedule for today, so we're not quite sure what engagements he's got and what other bilaterals that he's got, if any. But politically, as you guys have just mentioned, that handshake is significant. It's a significant time. We saw on Tuesday night they were at a banquet together, but they didn't stand next to each other. And all the family photographs, as they have been come to known, we never saw a photograph of the 2 of them together, which further fuels speculation that this may not happen. It may not be the right time and the right place for the 2 leaders to meet. But obviously that G20 summit coming up as well. So maybe this is just planting a seed. It may not have to be a long engagement between the 2. Maybe if they just meet for an hour or so, politically, it's important for both of them. And just looking at those visuals of Xi just saying a few words to Prime Minister Modi may lead to something bigger, albeit it's not significant now, leading into the G20. So that's, in terms of the Chinese officials, they're quite mum in terms of, I just saw maybe an hour ago, Xi's car arriving here in Sandton amidst a huge cavalcade. So, you know, they're hoping that all is well and that the 2 countries can actually get together and have that conversation that everyone's asking for.
All right. Of course, that's precisely what India is very eager to know, if at all there's going to be a meeting between the 2 on the sidelines of BRICS summit. And this image really speaks for a lot. There is a certain positioning we see from both sides, but will they be really forthcoming to deal with it formally through a bilateral talk? Let's see what happens. Thanks very much, Peter and Shiv, for joining us on that. Now, successful Chandrayaan-3 soft landing, pride not only for India but for the world. Let's take a quick look at all the celebrations coming in on the successful launch of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon. After a historic soft landing by Chandrayaan-3 on the moon, Indian diaspora erupted in celebrations at the Times Square in New York City. Members of the Indian diaspora were seen dancing to drum rolls as the country became the first in the world to land on the uncharted lunar South Pole.
It's a proud moment, yes.
The Indian community in Johannesburg, South Africa, greeted Prime Minister Modi after a successful landing of Chandrayaan-3 on moon's surface. Prime Minister signed posters that were handmade by diaspora members for his grand welcome. After the successful Chandrayaan-3 mission, celebrations have erupted at the Isha Yoga Center in Coimbatore as well. Sadhguru himself extended his congratulatory message and blessings to all involved. The moment India's Vikram lander touched down successfully on the moon's South Pole, celebrations erupted in Dublin as well. In that video shared by the BCCI, the Indian team was seen celebrating the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3. To witness the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3, entire nation waited with bated breath while cricketer MS Dhoni, like millions of other Indians, glued to television screens. Of course, as we see, watching India today, indeed, he was seen clapping as others around him broke into celebrations right after Vikram landed on the moon. All right, a big moment of pride for every Indian. India becomes the first nation in the world to land on the lunar South Pole. Hours after the Chandrayaan-3's Vikram lander aced its soft landing on the satellite South Pole, we saw the rover Pragyan taking a walk on the moon with that successful deployment. We saw that rover almost detaching itself from the lander Vikram. Pragyan, the rover, will be exploring the lunar surface for the next 14 days, and celebrations erupt at the Indian Space Research Organization Mission Control Center, as even the Ashoka Lion symbol imprint on the Pragyan rover wheels will be etched along the moon's surface. We're waiting to see those images. ISRO has also released the first image from the lunar surface taken by Vikram lander during Chandrayaan-3's descent. After that historic landing, ISRO confirmed that the communication link is established between Chandrayaan-3 and the lander. Let me cut across to this exclusive interview that India Today has had with ISRO Chief Somnath, speaking with my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath on the real challenges and now the celebration over Chandrayaan's success.
Hello and welcome to this special segment with the man of the moment, the ISRO chairman, Mr. Somnath. Sir, firstly, congratulations to you on behalf of India Today and the whole of the country that we are so proud as to what has happened in the last 12 hours with ISRO and its achievements. First, tell us, what is the mood in your team? How overwhelmed are you? How proud and how happy are you today?
No, they are very joyful. They are excited to see the success of their hard work happening right on moon. And all that they wanted to achieve, the nominal mission has been achieved. So they are really excited to see further work to happen now, including the science experiment that had to happen. It also involves complex processes, complex activities, and involves a lot of systems on board to work very well. So they're all looking towards that now.
Take us through the last 15 minutes. I saw the live visuals. All of you were quite relaxed. You knew what was happening. Things were under control. Take us through what you were going through in the last 15 minutes since the start of the power descent till the touchdown.
See, when such an event takes place, especially like a landing, it is like a rocket launch. Rocket launch also, hundreds and thousands of events takes place, measurements and complex functionality do happen. So it is similar to that. So we were all waiting for the things to happen as nominally planned, but excited, yes.
It's been almost 12 hours since we have done a soft landing.
Yeah.
When India slept, the rover was just coming out. When India woke up this morning, we had to see the tweet that India has taken the first steps on the moon. Tell us the next course of action. What is the Pragyan rover doing right now? How far would it go? What experiments would it carry on?
See, Pragyan rover is just on the moon now. Now we have to move it further. There are a lot of things to do, which includes path planning, traveling little more distances. Then after that, doing experiments with it. But that will take some more time, and we have to have various other conditions suitable for it, including ground visibility, the ground stations availability, and very many things have to be checked. So depending on that, further activities on rover will take place.
The data is quite crucial, is what everyone is saying. We have seen scientists from US, Europe, across the globe congratulating you and saying this is not just an achievement for India, for the humanity as well, because southern part of the moon, south pole of the moon, no one has gone, and there are evidences that there might be water hidden there.
Yeah, as told by Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, he was also specifically telling this mission is just not for India alone. It's for the whole world, so that the other people get inspired to travel to moon and then find out and explore. I think there is a renewed interest in going to the southern part of the moon, hopefully to look for more of resources, natural resources that is suitable for human beings, for its colonization or further expansion or traveling beyond moon. So scientific community across the globe are very keen to see that we succeed and also bring out useful scientific results, as we did for Chandrayaan 1 and 2.
All right, coming up right after a short break, we're going to take you through the Chess World Cup finals. Undecided after 2 games. A huge moment for India as R. Pragnananda and Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, will now be facing off in a tiebreaker featuring shorter format contest today. Stay with us, we'll bring you more on that.
कदमों की आहटें कल के सपने पूरे करो आज रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ
Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This success belongs to all of humanity. ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है।
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
Welcome back. Now, the second classical game of the Chess World Cup finals between India's R. Pragnananda and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen ended in a draw in Baku on Wednesday. Both Carlsen and Pragnananda opted for a defensive strategy, agreed for a quick draw. With both matches draw, in fact, as we see that this match, the final one, has gone into a tiebreaker, which will be played today, where the champion will be crowned. Players will play they will be playing 2 25-minute rapid games in the beginning. If there is no winner, then 2 10-minute rapid games will follow. If the deadlock remains, the action will then shift to 2 5-minute blitz games. Even after all of this, if there is no winner, a sudden death 3-minute blitz will be played to determine the champion.
H to H5 played before. Black puts everything on the light squares, of course. There we go. White has the dark square bishop.
So your brother's going to today you have another tiebreaker match your brother has with Magnus Carlsen. So I thought how were you feeling and what do you think of the match? You being a grandmaster yourself.
Yeah, very happy that he came this far. I mean, okay, it's knockout event. It's really unpredictable, but he made it so far.
Okay.
I'm very excited for the match. Yeah,
great to hear.
Final day.
So you would have seen the previous 2 matches as well. So you thought something different could have been done, or was Magnus Carlsen giving some kind of tough moves for Pragnananda?
Okay, as Magnus mentioned in an interview, he was not feeling so well, and Plug was also exhausted, and I mean, they really needed some kind of a rest.
Okay.
Like yesterday, it was a short draw.
Okay.
I think today they both will be fighting it out, everything.
Well, nothing could be an added joy if Pragnananda really indeed wins the championship. All rooting for him. all the very best. Thank you very much for watching India Today. Stay tuned for our entertainment special in the club on the other side.
मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3.
What a proud moment it was for India as Chandrayaan 3 made its soft landing on the moon, becoming the 4th country to do so and the first to successfully land a spacecraft on the moon's south pole. Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel, and with India's moon mission as our top focus, we on India Today are delighted to begin our show by bringing you all how our celebrities celebrated this success. Take a look.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है।
India created history as Chandrayaan 3 successfully made a soft landing on the moon on August 23rd at 6:04 p.m.
इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ये पल अविस्मरणीय है।
Several celebrities from the Indian film industry have reacted to this historic feat and lauded the Indian Space Research Organization and its team for the successful landing. Shah Rukh Khan took to social media and shared a picture of Chandrayaan 3 and congratulated all the scientists and the engineers involved. Akshay Kumar, who recently regained his Indian citizenship, too took to social media and wrote 1 billion hearts saying thank you, ISRO. You've made us proud, lucky to be watching history. India is on the moon. We are over the moon.
किसी कुत्ते को मारना हो तो अफवाह फैला दो कि वो पागल है। ठीक उसी तरह किसी
R. Madhavan, who played scientist Nambi Narayan in the much acclaimed rocketry The Nambi Effect, shared how happy and proud he felt.
it's a matter of great pride for not just me, the Indians, the ISRO scientists, but the entire world. I mean, congratulations, ISRO. I'm going to be blabbering today, so forgive me, but what an achievement. I'm so happy and proud, and as everybody should be in India.
Alia Bhatt reshared ISRO's picture of the Chandrayaan-3 landing and wrote, "And the rest is history." Kangana shared an interesting picture which showcased how far India's space program had come from carrying rocket equipment on a bicycle to a rocket taking off for the moon and wrote, "Cycle se chand tak." She even expressed her joy when asked about it.
Can I get a selfie with you, please?
Anupam Kher, who saw the landing of Chandrayaan-3 with the faculty of his acting school, also expressed his delight.
This is fantastic. What a great feeling.
हम तो जब छोटे थे तो ये गाते थे गाना, चांद पे होंगे चंदा मामा दूर के है ही नहीं। तो मैं इस मौके पर सभी देशवासियों को नतमस्तक होकर और खासकर हमारे इसरो के साइंटिस्ट को नतमस्तक होकर प्रणाम करता हूं और कहता हूं कि उनकी ये सफलता पूर्ण रूप से पूर्ण हुई और हम चांद पे पहुंचे हैं।
Filmmaker Karan Johar expressed his happiness over the successful landing and thanked ISRO and its entire team. Sunny Leone, on the other hand, watched the event unfold while commuting.
It landed! Dude, this is insane.
Allu Arjun, Ram Charan, Anushka Sharma, Kartik Aaryan, Anil Kapoor and Samantha Ruth Prabhu were also among other celebrities who expressed their joy over Chandrayaan-3's success. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Next is our special report exploring how Indian cinema has showcased space, the achievements of our scientists and astro-technicians at ISRO through its lens. Take a look at how fascinating it is to know how we have had some really good movies and series over the years that it sort of also reflect India's increasing interest in the universe's mysteries.
एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं करेंगे तो हमें अपने आप को साइंटिस्ट कहने का कोई अधिकार नहीं।
While our space scientists and astro-technicians at ISRO have relentlessly worked on making India proud, it's through the cinematic lens that filmmakers in our country have tried showcasing their journey and accomplishments.
मुझे तुम लोगों से कोई कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं चाहिए, ना ही मैं यहाँ कोई पॉपुलैरिटी कॉन्टेस्ट जीतने आया हूँ। एक मिशन के लिए आए हैं।
Not long ago, one saw R. Madhavan's dream project come to life with rocketry, the Nambi effect.
सितारों तक पहुँचाने वाली जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी।
It made some major headlines and even got standing ovation at the 75th Cannes Film Festival for telling the story of the prominent role of Nambi Narayan, an Indian aerospace engineer who was fascinated with bringing India's space exploration program to new heights.
400 मिलियन पाउंड्स के इक्विपमेंट स्कॉटलैंड से उठा लाए मुफ्त में। हमारे साइंटिस्ट को फ्रांस भेजकर उन्हीं का इंजन उनसे ही बेहतर बना दिया। रशिया में क्रायोजेनिक इंजन अमेरिकन के नाक के नीचे से निकाल लाए। पागल होने की ताकत आपसे बेहतर और कौन समझ सकता है।
उम्मीद करता हूँ कि इस सारी तामझाम का
This film, which even had a special guest appearance by Shah Rukh Khan, showcased the struggles faced by him and his team and also commends everyone who supported him through difficult times. R. Madhavan not only directed this film but also played the lead role.
सर दुनिया भर में लोग ना 60-70 टन की इंजन बना रहे हैं और हम यहाँ 600 किलोग्राम के खिलौना बनाकर खुश हो रहे हैं। सर ये रॉकेटरी नहीं है, पपेटरी है।
So, I propose the creation of an institute of fundamental research dedicated to nuclear research in all of Asia.
Not just this, but before rocketry, the Nambi effect, 2022 had also delivered a mind-blowing series titled Rocket Boys.
It's finally time to take homie out.
Starring Jim Serb and Ishwak Singh along with Regina Cassandra, the web series showcased the story of Dr. Homi J. Bhabha and Dr. Vikram A. Sarabhai, who changed the landscape of space research in India.
दुश्मन हमारी खामोशी को हमारी कमजोरी समझ बैठा है।
रॉकेट्स आप लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, 1 करोड़ से भी ऊपर का खर्चा हो रहा है। ये आम आदमी को कैसे हेल्प कर रहा है? हमें आपका बजट बंद करना पड़ेगा सर।
Tamanna has only 45 minutes.
We may have lost this battle, but we will win the war.
Good evening, everyone. I regret to announce that the launch of GSLV Fat Boy was unsuccessful.
देश का इतना बड़ा नुकसान हो गया और आप लड्डू खा रहे हैं।
कहाँ लिखा है लड्डू पर कि नुकसान पे खाना मना है?
Also, if you jog your memory a bit, even Akshay Kumar gave his fans a film as memorable as Mission Mangal back in 2019.
जा सकते हैं मेरठ नहीं।
रिक्शा कहीं भी जा सकता है सर, अगर रिक्शा वाला चाहे तो। मास चलेंगे भैया।
This space drama featuring him along with Vidya Balan, Taapsee Pannu, Sonakshi Sinha, Kirti Kulhari and Sharman Joshi focused on the life of a group of Indian scientists who worked hard to make the Mars orbiter mission a reality.
सर इंडिया पीछे है और पीछे ही रह जाएगा अगर हमने छलांग नहीं मारी।
Similarly, in 2018, Telugu cinema did the most unthinkable by making Antariksham their first attempt at delivering a space drama. It featured Varun Tej and Aditi Rao Hedri in lead roles.
We still have another chance. India is not going to lose this.
मेरा नाम पानी छोड़ो। ओके सर।
मिलकर विरोध किया है। अफ्रीका की भूमि पर ही महात्मा गांधी ने अहिंसा और पीसफुल रेजिस्टेंस जैसी शक्तिशाली अवधारणाओं को विकसित किया, परखा और भारत के फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल के इस्तेमाल किया। उनकी सोच और विचारों ने नेल्सन मंडेला जैसे महान नेता को प्रेरित किया। इतिहास के इस मजबूत आधार पर हम अपने आधुनिक संबंधों को एक नया स्वरूप दे रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत ने अफ्रीका के साथ संबंधों को उच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। उच्च स्तरीय बैठकों के साथ साथ हमने अफ्रीका में 16 नए दूतावास खोले हैं। आज भारत अफ्रीका का चौथा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है और 5वां सबसे बड़ा निवेशक देश है। सूडान, बुरुंडी और रवांडा में पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स में हो या इथियोपिया और मलावी में शुगर प्लांट्स, मोजाम्बिक, कोत दीवार और एस्वातिनी में टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क्स हो या तंजानिया और युगांडा में भारतीय विश्वविद्यालयों द्वारा बनाए गए कैंपस, भारत ने अफ्रीका के देशों की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट को हमेशा प्राथमिकता दी है। एजेंडा 2063 के अंतर्गत अफ्रीका को भविष्य का ग्लोबल पावर हाउस बनाने की यात्रा में भारत एक विश्वसनीय और करीबी साझेदार है। अफ्रीका में डिजिटल डिवाइड कम करने के लिए हमने टेली एजुकेशन और टेली मेडिसिन में 15,000 से भी अधिक स्कॉलरशिप प्रदान की है। हमने नाइजीरिया, इथियोपिया और तंजानिया में डिफेंस एकेडमीज और चैलेंजेस और कॉलेजेस का निर्माण किया है। बोत्सवाना, नामीबिया, युगांडा, लेसोथो, जाम्बिया, मॉरिशस, सेशल्स और तंजानिया में प्रशिक्षण के लिए टीम्स डिप्लॉय की है। लगभग 4,400 भारतीय पीसकीपर्स जिनमें महिलाएं भी शामिल हैं, अफ्रीका में शांति और स्थिरता बहाल करने के लिए अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं। आतंकवाद और पायरेसी के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भी हम अफ्रीका के देशों के साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। कोविड महामारी के मुश्किल समय में हमने अनेक देशों को खाद्य पदार्थों और वैक्सीन की आपूर्ति की। अब हम अफ्रीकी देशों के साथ मिलकर कोविड और अन्य वैक्सीन की ज्वाइंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। मोजाम्बिक और मालावी में साइक्लोन हो या मेडागास्कर में फ्लड्स, भारत फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में सदैव अफ्रीका के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, लैटिन अमेरिका से लेकर सेंट्रल एशिया तक, पश्चिम एशिया से लेकर साउथ ईस्ट एशिया तक, इंडो पैसिफिक से लेकर इंडो अटलांटिक तक, भारत सभी देशों को एक परिवार के रूप में देखता है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम यानी होल वर्ल्ड इज अ फैमिली हजारों वर्षों से हमारी जीवन शैली का आधार है। यह हमारी G20 अध्यक्षता का भी मूल मंत्र है। ग्लोबल साउथ की चिंताओं को मुख्य धारा में शामिल करने के लिए हमने 3 अफ्रीकी देशों तथा कई विकासशील देशों को गेस्ट कंट्री के रूप में आमंत्रित किया है। भारत ने अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता देने का प्रस्ताव भी रखा है। एक्सेलेंसी, मेरा मानना है कि ब्रिक्स और आज उपस्थित सभी मित्र देश मिलकर मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड को सशक्त करने में सहयोग कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशन को रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बनाने और रिलेवेंट बनाए रखने के लिए उनके रिफॉर्म्स को प्रगति दे सकते हैं। काउंटर टेररिज्म, पर्यावरण सुरक्षा, क्लाइमेट एक्शन, साइबर सिक्योरिटी, फूड एंड हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी, एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, रेजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन के निर्माण में हमारे समान हित है। सहयोग की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। मैं आप सबको इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस, वन सन, वन वर्ल्ड, वन ग्रिड, कोएलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलियंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वन अर्थ, वन हेल्थ, बिग कैट अलायंस, ग्लोबल सेंटर फॉर ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन जैसे हमारे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इनिशिएटिव्स में सहभागिता के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। भारत के डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टैक से जुड़ने के लिए अपने अपने विकास में उसका लाभ उठाने के लिए मैं आप सबको आमंत्रित करता हूं। हमें अपना अनुभव और क्षमताएं आप सबके साथ साझा करने में खुशी होगी। मुझे विश्वास है कि हमारे साझा प्रयासों से हमें सभी चुनौतियों का मिलकर सामना करने के लिए एक नया आत्मविश्वास मिलेगा। मैं एक बार फिर इस अवसर के लिए आप सबका विशेष रूप से राष्ट्रपति रामाफोसा का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi. It now gives me pleasure to ask President Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China.
कदम
कदमों की आहटें।
कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
It is the top priority for developing countries and a timeless theme for humanity. As the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is due for a midterm review this year, the delivery of most SDGs remains slow. This is a cause for concern. And the global development endeavor faces formidable challenges. The international community must pursue the larger interests of all countries, respond to people's concerns, and restore development to the center of the international agenda. The representation and voice of developing countries in global governance should be increased, and developing countries be supported in realizing better development. It is also important to uphold true multilateralism, forge a global development partnership, and create a secure and stable international environment for shared development. Colleagues, over the years, China has stood in solidarity with fellow developing countries through thick and thin. China has been and will always remain a member of developing countries. I proposed the Global Development Initiative precisely for the purpose of calling on the world to stay focused on development and lending impetus to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Last year, China held the first high-level dialogue on global development, where a host of measures for development cooperation were unveiled. Encouraging progress has been made since then. We have put development first and allocated more resources. China has set up a global development and South-South cooperation fund with a total funding of $4 billion. And Chinese financial institutions will soon set up a special fund of $10 billion dedicated to the implementation of the GDI. We have taken results-oriented actions and deepened practical cooperation from Asia to Africa, from Pacific Island countries to the Caribbean. Over 200 cooperation projects have come to fruition, and cooperation mechanisms are growing in areas such as poverty reduction, education, and health. We have unleashed the power of innovation and built up momentum for development. Under the GDI, we have prioritized green development, new type industrialization, the digital economy, and some other key areas, and pursued a partnership on new industrial revolution to boost high-quality development. We have tided over difficulties together and made development more resilient. Food and energy security bear on the economy of a country and the well-being of its people. We have launched a China FAO South-South Cooperation Trust Fund, implemented the Food Production Enhancement Action and provided food assistance to and shared agro-tech with many countries. We have also initiated a global clean energy cooperation partnership with a view to achieving energy security. China is a friend that Africa can count on. Over the past decade, China has provided a large amount of development assistance to Africa and helped build more than 6,000 kilometers of railway, over 6,000 kilometers of highway, and 80+ large power facilities on the continent. Going forward, China will carry out more cooperation with African countries to support Africa in enhancing its own capacity for development. Specific measures will be taken, such as providing satellite mapping data products, implementing a smart customs cooperation partnership, and launching with UNESCO a GDI for Africa's Future action plan to support sustainable development in Africa. Colleagues, a Chinese adage reads, "Victory is ensured when people pool their strength. Success is secured when people put their heads together." Let us stay committed and united to build a community of shared development and make sure that in the process of global modernization,
our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This success belongs to all of humanity. ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है।
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका.
And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3.
Watching India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paula Misaha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping shake hands on the BRICS stage. Massive suspense continues over India-China talks. Hours after Chandrayaan's lander Vikram touches down on the moon, rover Pragyan takes a walk on the surface of the moon, begins investigation. Monsoon wreaks havoc in Himachal's Kullu. 7 multi-storied buildings crash as landslide hits the hill station. Wagner mercenary chief Prigozhin reportedly dies in jet crash. Wagner chief's name in jet's passengers list that crashed in the north of Moscow. Day 2 of the Chess World Cup between Indian Grandmaster R. Pragnananda and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen ends in a draw. Both Grandmasters eye maiden world title on Thursday. The second classical game of the Chess World Cup final between India's R. Pragnananda and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen ended in a draw in Baku on Wednesday. Both Carlsen and Pragnananda opted for a defensive strategy and agreed for a quick draw. With both matches drawn, the final has gone into a tiebreaker, which will be played today, where the champion will be crowned. The players will play 2 25-minute rapid games in the beginning. If there is no winner, 2 10-minute rapid games will follow. If the deadlock remains, the action will then shift to 2 5-minute blitz games. Even after all this, if there is no winner, a sudden death 3-minute blitz game will be played to determine the champion.
White has the dark square bishop. So your brother is going to today you have another tiebreaker match your brother has with Magnus Carlsen. So I thought how were you feeling and what do you think of the match? You being a grandmaster yourself.
Yeah, very happy that he came this far. I mean, okay, it's knockout event. It's really unpredictable, but he made it so far.
Okay.
I'm very excited for the match. Yeah,
great to hear.
Final day.
So you would have seen the previous two matches as well. So you thought like something different could have been done, or was Magnus Carlsen giving some kind of like tough moves for Pragyananda?
Like, okay, like, as Magnus mentioned in an interview, he was not feeling so well, and Plug was also exhausted, and I mean, they really needed some kind of a rest.
Okay.
Like yesterday, it was a short draw.
Okay.
I think today they both will be fighting it out, everything.
Joining us now is Mr. R.B. Ramesh, who is Pragnanandha's coach. Mr. Ramesh, thank you so much for speaking to India today, sir. This must be a nail-biting day for you. Everyone, of course, will be watching this very, very closely. But how do you feel going into this game?
Yeah, very thrilled and excited, and also very eager to see how this match will turn out, because we didn't expect Prag to come to the finals, all the way to the finals, because the lineup was not very easy for him. He had to defeat many strong players to come to the finals. So really happy that he has managed to do it, and he is in the finals. And the first two games have ended in a draw. Both of them were lacking energy, and Magnus also had some food poisoning issues.
Right.
So I think both of them were preserving their energy and wanted to decide the match in today's tie-break games. So really happy and excited. And I'm sure Prag has got his deserved rest, and he will be full of energy, and he will give his best.
Have you spoken to him after yesterday's draw?
No, I'm not talking to him, but I'm in regular chat touch with him, and just sharing my thoughts and opinions through chat.
So it's surprising. You said it's been a surprise to you that he's come this far, that he reached the final, because there were many strong players in this game, in this championship.
Yeah, it's a pleasant surprise, I should say. He has defeated two very strong players, world number 213 Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruano, which is not very easy. And the fact that he has done it already has brought him to the finals. We are very hopeful that he should be able to repeat it against the world number 1 as well.
Right. My colleague Nikhil Naz is also joining us at the moment. Mr. Ramesh, Nikhil Naz will, of course, have a few questions for you as well. Nikhil, over to you.
Thanks a lot for that. Mr. Ramesh, firstly, one thing that we noticed in that game, the two classical chess games that were played, and especially the last one, when Carlsen was playing with the white pieces, it seemed very obvious from the start that he was playing for a draw. What does that signify to you? Does that signify to you that Carlsen, in that sense, thought that it's best to take it to the blitz format, to take it to the rapid fire? That's where he'll have the strength? Or do you think maybe his health had something to do with it?
I think it's a combination of various factors. One is obviously the health. He had some food poisoning issues, so he did not eat much. So his energy level was very low, and he did not want to decide such an important event when his energy levels was low. So he probably thought it's a good idea to end the game quickly, take more rest, give more time for the body to recuperate, and he'll be in a better position physically to take on Prag in the tie-break. And second is he's the world rapid and blitz champion, so he's having more faith in his rapid and blitz skills probably than Prag. But Prag also has defeated Magnus in rapid time control and blitz earlier. So I think it will be an evenly poised match.
Okay, the fact that you mentioned it was a combination of few things where he opted to go for a draw. That also signifies the fact that Carlsen may have been pre-planning it, may have already thought that he's going to take it to the rapid fire, and in that sense may have been preparing for the rapid fire well in advance. Whereas for Prag, he's only going to start preparing for the rapid fire with less than a day to go. Do you think that's going to make a difference? Carlsen already thinking about rapid fire 2 days in advance, and Prag only starts to think last evening?
No, I don't think it will make much of a difference, because even if you psychologically ready for the rapid and blitz, and there is only so much you can do, and it will all depend on whether Prag has had sufficient time to be emotionally ready for the rapid and blitz, and he has had one full day, and he knows that if the match draws today, he will go to rapid and blitz. So I think in that sense, he's also psychologically well prepared for this.
Will it make any difference, considering Prag's had has been outstanding in the rapid fire in this particular tournament. Nakamura, he went to rapid fire, did very well there. Then, following from that, even against world number 2, Karuna also, he did the rapid fire. Against his very good friend Arjun also, he had that. The fact that in this tournament he's played rapid fire 3 times, will that be of any help going into the final?
Yeah, definitely. The wins against Hikaru Nakamura, Junior Gesi and Caruana will give a lot of faith in his abilities in shorter time control in the tie breaks. So since he has defeated 3 good players in tie break, Prag will have some psychological advantage going into the tie breaks. And Magnus, he will have some doubts because he has not played any rapids very recently, except 1 or 2 games. So I think that will give some small psychological advantage to Prag.
The one thing that we see sometimes sitting from the outside, we look at the ELO rating. And when I look at that, I see a big gulf between Carlsen's rating when it comes to rapid fire and then when it comes to Prag's rating. Many would say that that rating suggests that there's a big difference of class between the two. But do you read it like that? Do you think that the ratings are actually telling you that there's a difference of class, or sometimes they can be a bit misleading?
No, they are totally misleading. It's simply because Prag did not play in many rated events before. That is only reason why his rapid rating is not high, because we have different rating system for longer and shorter time control, and Prag has not played sufficient federated rapid tournaments. It does not mean there is a big gap between Magnus and Prag. I don't think there is such a big difference.
Okay, the one thing that I heard you while you were speaking a little earlier to our channel was that you were saying that you haven't been speaking to him. But what I'd like to know from you is the fact that now he's qualified for the candidates. He qualified well in advance. He doesn't have to wait for Carlsen's decision of pulling out or not and then getting to qualify. The fact that he did it well in advance, and because psychological mindset makes a huge difference in chess, could this be an indication that he will be very relaxed, what you need to be going into a big final like this?
No, he won't be very relaxed, but I would put it differently. That is, he will be more, he won't have that pressure that I have to win this match to qualify to get into the candidates. He won't have that extra pressure. So, but he won't be relaxed. He will be very alert. He will be very motivated and attentive. Because if you are very relaxed, then we cannot be very alert. So he'll be extremely alert, but that extra pressure will not be there. So in that sense, he can play more freely.
As you say, he will be very alert. I would love to know from you, because we were watching images of his mother being there throughout the tournament. I even read somewhere that, she's ensuring that he gets his favorite rasam and rice. How much does this play a role in then Prag being able to give his best when he's, sitting in front of that chessboard?
Especially in important moments in our life, it's always good to have people we trust and respect around us. So in that sense, it's important the role his mother is playing. So she has always been traveling to most of the tournaments with him and always been there in good and bad times. So it's a very important moral support for him for sure.
Does the previous record play any role in this final? Prag's won 5 times in rapid fire or time duration or the short time sort of format when it comes to Carlsen and Prag. He's won 5 times, but I think Carlsen holds the edge there, having won 8 times. Does that matter at all?
No, it won't play much of a role because unless it is very one-sided, it won't have much significance. If someone has a 5-0 lead or 8-0 lead, something like this, then it will play a significant role. But if the difference is like this, I don't think the past will matter so much. Both know that they are capable of winning and losing to each other. So they will just focus on playing a good game than worry about what has happened in the past.
Okay, just last couple of questions before I let you go. The fact that Carlsen has never won the World Cup. He is arguably the greatest player to have ever played chess, has never won the World Cup. You reckon that is going to be another sort of pressure that he might have? He's won everything there is to win in chess, but not having won this tournament, does that carry some pressure?
It's very difficult to say that it will be a pressure, but yes, never won the World Cup, and that will play its part in his mind. But I don't know whether it will play a positive role or a negative influence, because it can motivate him, like I desperately want to win now. So that can motivate him to put his best effort. That is also very much possible. And we have to wait and see.
Okay, finally, sir, if Prague pulls off this victory, what would it mean to Indian chess? We've got our fingers crossed. We're all hoping that he manages to do that. He's beaten Carlsen earlier as well. In fact, in this year, if I'm not mistaken, he's beaten him 3 times. But if he beats him at the World Cup final to become only the second Indian to win this title after Vishwanathan Anand, what would it mean to Indian chess?
It will make a huge impact, like because 18-year-old winning the World Cup, it's never happened before. Even coming to finals is not, in my opinion, has not happened before. So beating Magnus Carlsen and winning the World Cup is something we can only dream about. If it happens, it will be like amazing. It will be fantastic for Indian chess. Every child will aspire to be like Prague. That will be amazing news for India. And coming close to success of Chandrayaan, double dhamaka.
That's brilliantly put, coming very close to the success of Chandrayaan. Before I let Mr. R.B. Ramesh go, I must tell my viewers that this man who you're watching on your screen has also played a very important role in the rise of Pragyananda. That's because he had a very comfortable corporate job, but gave all of it to become a chess teacher, to then groom the next generation of Indians, to ensure that the next generation of Indian chess players are at the forefront of this sport, and he's played a major role at that. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh, for joining us and speaking to India today on this day, which could yet turn out to be a historical day for Indian sport.
Successful Chandrayaan-3 soft landing, pride not only for India but for the world. Let's take a look at all the celebrations from across the globe. After a historic soft landing by Chandrayaan-3 on the moon, Indian diaspora erupted in celebrations at the Times Square in New York City. Members of the Indian diaspora were seen dancing to drum rolls as the country became the first in the world to land on the uncharted lunar south face.
It's a proud moment.
The Indian community in Johannesburg, South Africa greeted Prime Minister Modi after the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon's surface. Prime Minister signed posters that were handmade by diaspora members for his welcome. After the successful Chandrayaan-3 mission, celebrations erupted at the Isha Yoga Center in Coimbatore as well. In fact, Sadhguru himself extended his congratulatory messages and blessings to all involved. The moment India's Vikram lander touched down successfully on the moon's south pole, celebrations erupted in Dublin as well. In a video shared by the BCCI, the Indian team was seen celebrating the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3. ISRO scientist Parvati received a rousing welcome as she returned home from her neighbours last evening after the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3. The whole world is hailing Indian scientists as the country became the first in the world to land on the uncharted lunar south pole. Big moment of pride for every Indian. India becomes the first nation in the world to land on the lunar south pole. Hours after Chandrayaan-3's Vikram lander aced its soft landing on the satellite's south pole, rover Pragyan took a walk on the moon with a successful deployment on the lunar surface today. Rover Pragyan will explore the lunar surface for the next 14 days. Celebrations erupt at the Indian Space Research Organization's Mission Control Center as the Ashoka lion symbol is imprinted on Pragyan rover wheels. ISRO also released the first images from the lunar surface taken by Vikram lander during Chandrayaan 3's descent. After the historic landing, ISRO confirmed that the communication link has been established with Chandrayaan 3 lander. Let's listen in now to an exclusive conversation my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath earlier had with ISRO Chief S. Somnath.
Hello and welcome to this special segment with the man of the moment, the ISRO Chairman, Mr. Somnath. Sir, firstly, congratulations to you on behalf of India today and the whole of the country that we are so proud as to what has happened in the last 12 hours with ISRO and its achievements. First, tell us, what is the mood in your team? How overwhelmed are you? How proud and how happy are you today?
No, they are very joyful. They are excited to see the success of their hard work happening right on moon, and all that they wanted to achieve, the nominal mission has been achieved. So they are really excited to see further work to happen now, including the science experiment that are to happen. It also involves complex processes, complex activities, and involves a lot of systems on board to work very well. So they're all looking towards that now.
Take us through the last 15 minutes. I saw the live visuals. All of you were quite relaxed. You knew what was happening. Things were under control. Take us through what you were going through in the last 15 minutes since the start of the power descent till the touchdown.
See, when such an event takes place, especially like a landing, it is like a rocket launch. No, rocket launch also hundreds and thousands of events takes place, measurements and complex functionality do happen. So it is similar to that. So we were all waiting for the things to happen as nominally planned, but excited. Yes.
It's been almost 12 hours since we have done a soft landing.
Yeah.
When India slept, the rover was just coming out. When India woke up this morning, we had to see the tweet that India has taken the first steps on the moon. Tell us the next course of action. What is the Pragyan rover doing right now? How far would it go? What experiments would it carry on?
See, Pragyan rover is just on the moon now. Now we have to move it further. There are a lot of things to do, which includes path planning, traveling little more distances. Then after that, doing experiments with it. But that will take some more time, and we have to have various other conditions suitable for it, including ground visibility, the ground stations availability, and very many things have to be checked. So depending on that, further activities on rover will take place.
The data is quite crucial, is what everyone is saying. We have seen scientists from US, Europe, across the globe congratulating you and saying this is not just an achievement for India, for the humanity as well, because southern part of the moon, south pole of the moon, no one has gone, and there are evidences that there might be water hidden there.
Yeah, as told by Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, he was also specifically telling this mission is just not for India alone. It's for the whole world, so that the other people get inspired to travel to moon and then find out and explore. I think there is a renewed interest in going to the southern part of the moon, hopefully to look for more of resources, natural resources that is suitable for human beings, for its colonization or further expansion or traveling beyond moon. So scientific community across the globe are very keen to see that we succeed and also bring out useful scientific results, as we did for Chandrayaan 1 and 2.
Now, as Chandrayaan 3 was making history, Prime Minister Narendra Modi joined in virtually from South Africa and witnessed the safe landing of Chandrayaan 3 live. Though he couldn't be present at the ISRO headquarters, he called the ISRO chief S. Somnath right after the successful landing of Chandrayaan 3 and promised him to congratulate Team ISRO in person soon. Now, after his stopover in Greece this week, Prime Minister will fly directly to Bengaluru to meet Team ISRO. Here's a report.
मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई.
For Narendra Modi, this is personal.
और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए. और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा.
On Wednesday, minutes before the Chandrayaan 3 lander kissed the moon surface, the Indian Prime Minister entered the room from 7,000 kilometers away. And as soon as the touchdown was successfully complete, the celebrations broke out.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
people are applauding. Let us all wait to hear.
It was Modi who was invited by the ISRO chief to address the ecstatic organization.
The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
Pradhan Mantri ji, Namaskar. Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत बार बार ये साबित कर रहा है कि sky is not the limit.
Safely और softly.
Modi's tryst with Chandrayaan goes back away.
ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है.
Modi was personally present in Bengaluru 4 years ago when the previous Chandrayaan mission didn't quite end on a high. These images of Prime Minister consoling and embracing an emotional K7, the then ISRO chief, exploded across the minds of a nation that joined the scientific community in mourning the loss of the lander. For Chandrayaan 3, it is likely the Prime Minister wasted to be in Bengaluru but couldn't owing to his attendance of the BRICS summit in South Africa. And given the Prime Minister's personal touch and weight of expectations, he knows he's going to have to do better than a video call.
चांद से जुड़े मिथक बदल जाएंगे.
And that's why after his stopover in Greece this week, he will fly directly to Bengaluru on Saturday morning, where he is expected to spend the day with the jubilant ISRO team and undoubtedly promise them even more support, as ISRO sets its sights on the sun next. Bureau Report, India Today.
And before we slip into a very short break, after Chandrayaan 3, ISRO has a long list of upcoming missions aimed at exploring new frontiers in space. Shortly after its moonshot, ISRO will turn to the sun. Aditya L1, the first space-based Indian mission to study the sun, is expected to be launched soon. Here's a report.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम
In weeks, ISRO prepares to launch its ambitious Aditya L1, the mission to the sun. This is the first space-based observatory-class Indian solar mission to study the sun. The spacecraft would be placed in a halo orbit around Lagrangian point 1 or L1 of the Sun-Earth system. About 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth, Aditya L1 is set to continuously view the sun without any occultation or eclipse. At an approximate cost of 378 crore rupees, Aditya L1 would be the first spatially resolved solar disk in the near UV band. Around January of 2024, a low Earth orbit observatory is all set to be jointly developed by NASA and ISRO at an approximate cost of 12,300 crore rupees. It's called NISAR. It will map the entire globe in 12 days, provide spatially and temporally consistent data for understanding changes in Earth's ecosystems, ice mass, vegetation biomass, sea level rise, groundwater, and natural hazards including earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, and landslides. In the third quarter of 2024, SPADEX, or Space Docking Experiment, at an estimated cost of 124 crore rupees, is scheduled to be launched. It will be a twin spacecraft mission. Space Docking Experiment is being developed by ISRO to mature technologies related to orbital rendezvous, docking, formation, flying, and other proximity operations. This will create scope of applications in human spaceflight, in-space satellite servicing, and other proximity operations. The Mars Orbiter mission, Mangalyaan 2, is all set to be launched in 2024. It will reportedly include a hyperspectral camera, a high-resolution panchromatic camera, and a radar to understand early Martian crust, recent basalts, and boulder falls. And finally, by the end of 2024 to the beginning of 2025, ISRO will launch its first manned mission, Gaganyaan. Series of test flights have already started. Gaganyaan module will carry Indian astronauts into orbit for 3 days. The Indian Space Agency has shortlisted 4 candidates to go on this mission. They have already undergone initial training in Russia. Now they are undergoing future training at the newly opened astronaut training facility in Bengaluru.
You are watching India Today.
कदमों की आहटें
कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This success belongs to all of humanity. ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है।
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
Where did our moon come from? Well, actually, there have been several theories over many decades. Earlier versions of lunar formation theories included capture, where the moon would have been a strayed planetoid. Another version was fission, where the Earth was spinning so fast that it would have warped out of the Earth and then formed its own body. This led to our current theory, the giant impactor theory. So this collision was during the late stages of planetary formation throughout our entire solar system, when planets were still very new and very much forming. So this happened when Earth was just an embryo, a baby planet. And this was actually in a crash course collision with Theia, which is a Mars-sized planetoid. And this collision ripped apart early Earth's crust. And that crust then coalesced, it snowballed into a whole separate entity, which we now call the moon. So, where did our moon come from? Well, currently, our understanding is that the Earth had collided with a Mars-sized object named Theia. But once we send future astronauts to the lunar surface again, who knows? We may actually have a whole new theory in the coming decades.
कदमों की आहटें
कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
This is a big year for India because of the G20 presidency. The Prime Minister has spoken again and again over the last few weeks about making India the third largest economy in the world and to achieve economic leadership by 2047, because this is India Mission 2047, which is the broad overarching theme of the India at 100 Summit, and looking forward to seeing you in the capital on the 26th of August for the Business Today India at 100 Summit.
मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
It is truly a momentous occasion, the kind of event that happens once in a lifetime, making all Indians proud. I congratulate ISRO and everybody involved in this mission and wish them greater accomplishments ahead. The success of Chandrayaan, I believe, is also a major achievement for the whole of humankind. It shows how India has harnessed its rich traditional knowledge base along with modern science in the service of humanity.
You are watching India Today.
The moon is ours, what next? For the next 14 days, the Pragyan rover, imprinted with the ISRO logo and the Ashoka Lion symbol, the rover will now explore the lunar surface. The sky is the limit for ISRO and the Indian space program.
Chandrayaan 3 says Namaste to the moon. We have become first country to reach moon's south pole, fourth nation to achieve soft landing on the lunar surface. Big moment of pride for every Indian. But now when the lander Vikram and the rover Pragyan have reached their destination, what will they really do? The 26 kg rover that descends from lander's belly will roam around the rocks and craters on the moon's surface. It can only communicate with Vikram, which in turn communicates directly with Earth's station of ISRO. As it rolls, rover's wheels will also leave imprints of tricolor and ISRO logo on the lunar soil, leaving India's permanent mark on moon. Rover Pragyan has instruments that study, observe and record the moon's surface. The rover has mission life of 1 lunar day, which is equivalent to 14 Earth days. Vikram will communicate with rover Pragyan on moon's surface. Info sent by Pragyan will be then relayed to the scientist by lander Vikram. There are 4 scientific payloads on the lander that will study lunar quakes.
And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3.
The solar-powered lander and rover will have 14 days to study the lunar surroundings, but can be recharged for another 14 days if it survives the freezing lunar night. One of the mission's massive goals is to hunt for water-based ice, which scientists say could support human habitation on the moon in future. Many aim for the moon's south pole, but only India could do it. Now, it is over to Pragyan to dig deep into the lunar treasure trove. Bureau Report, India Today.
As Chandrayaan-3 conquers the moon, world's wealthiest man, Elon Musk, has taken everybody's attention to its cost efficiency. A post on social media compared ISRO's budget for Chandrayaan-3 to Christopher Nolan's Interstellar film. Turns out Chandrayaan-3 reached the moon in less than half of what was spent on Hollywood's masterpiece Interstellar. Not only this, even Adi Purush surpasses Chandrayaan-3 when it comes to expenditure. Take a look at our detailed report.
Normal.
A nation on a journey that redefines space exploration.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम
Chandrayaan-3 not only reaches for the stars, but it does so with a prudence that echoes across galaxies.
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear
India's mission to the little explored south pole of the moon, a triumph of cost efficiency. The world's wealthiest individual has weighed in on Chandrayaan-3's budget. Elon Musk praised the endeavour as beneficial for India. His reaction came in response to a post that compared the lunar mission's cost to Hollywood's masterpiece Interstellar. In 2020, then ISRO chief K. Sivan declared Chandrayaan-3's cost stood at around rupees 615 crore. Christopher Nolan's sci-fi Interstellar, a vision of cosmic exploration, released in 2014 and cost a staggering $165 million, that is more than 1,368 crore rupees today. Chandrayaan-3 stands tall with a budget that is less than half of it. Let's bring it closer home. The magnum opus Adi Purush surpasses even Chandrayaan-3 in terms of expenditure. In fact, India's space program in general and Chandrayaan-3 in particular shine as the most economically efficient in the world. Russia's daring Luna 25 attempt to touch the moon's south pole came with a colossal price tag of rupees 1,600 crore, and so did China's ambitions. Their first Chang'e probe cost a staggering 1,752 crore rupees. Consider the world of sports. Football titans Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe stand as the top 3 highest paid athletes in 2023. Each of these icons individually command a financial impact greater than the entire cost of the Chandrayaan-3 mission.
And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan-3.
Into the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Chandrayaan-3 on a thrilling voyage through the realm of financial efficiency and astronomical achievements. Bureau Report, India Today.
India finally conquered the moon and became the first nation in the world to land on the lunar south pole. But Chandrayaan-2 also wasn't a failure. It was a stepping stone to the success Chandrayaan-3 is. It was in fact a replica. Chandrayaan-3 is a replica of Chandrayaan-2 with stronger landing legs and upgraded technology. Here's a report.
In 2019, he cried, and whole India cried with him, after the dream of landing a spacecraft on moon lay shattered. And the tears have turned into smiles in 2023.
I'm extremely happy that it's happened successfully. And I would say that congratulations to the whole Indian people for the wonderful success of this Chandrayaan-3 mission.
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear.
As India becomes the first nation in the world to land on the lunar South Pole, the world bows down to ISRO scientists.
Learning that we got from Chandrayaan-2 of our unsuccessful attempt to soft land has really helped us in perfecting the methodology.
Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons each, Vikram was designed for a soft landing on the moon, and it did that with aplomb. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. Chandrayaan-3 is largely a replica of its predecessor Chandrayaan-2. Chandrayaan-2 was launched in July 2019 in the form of an orbiter and a lander, Vikram, bearing a rover, Pragyan. Vikram entered into orbit around the moon, but the surface mission failed in September 2019. The lander, Pragyan, crashed after failing to execute a slow descent. ISRO then strengthened the lander's legs, lowered its minimum thrust, enhanced the availability of power, and upgraded the landing sequence to a soft landing. It achieved a successful landing as Chandrayaan-3 has lander hazard detection and avoidance cameras that were used to coordinate with the orbiter and the mission control as the lander made its descent approach to the surface of the moon. Vikram, the lander module, also carries Laser Retro Reflector Array or LRA. It would carry out a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the moon system. Chandrayaan-2 crashed just 2 kilometers from moon. Now the historic soft landing on the moon by Vikram is a true example of failure becoming a stepping stone to success. Bureau Report, India Today.
A credit war has erupted between the Congress and the BJP over the advancements in the country's space technology during their respective tenures. While most of the leaders celebrated the feat, Congress said that it was Jawaharlal Nehru who laid the foundation stone of space science, which is now world famous. Congress in its tweet mentioned that Jawaharlal Nehru's scientific outlook and vision laid the foundation of Indian space research, and Chandrayaan-3's success is because of his early efforts. However, the BJP was quick to respond. The Saffron Party tweeted a photo comparing their tweet with the Congress Party. The BJP on one hand gave credit to ISRO scientists, while the Congress Party on the other hand gave all the credit to Nehru.
मैं सभी वैज्ञानिकों को खूब बधाई देता हूं जो नेहरू जी ने इसरो स्थापित किया था। आज से 75 साल पहले जो कल्पना की थी आज साकार हो रहा है, तो सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामना देता हूं।
इसरो की ये योजना कोई आज की नहीं है, इसे स्थापित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के सपने को इंदिरा जी ने किया था।
श्रेय इसरो को जाता है और श्रेय हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो की मदद की, हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो को सपोर्ट किया। इस सरकार को भी, नेहरू के बाद सब सरकारों को भी, क्योंकि इसरो एक ऐसी संस्था है वो किसी राजनीतिक दल से जुड़ी हुई नहीं है और ना जुड़ना चाहिए। ये एक साइंटिफिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है।
एक बात कभी नहीं भूलिए, देश जागता है, जगाने वाला होना चाहिए। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से वैज्ञानिकों को कहा जाओ चंद्रमा पर पहुंचो, मैं तुम्हारे पीछे खड़ा हूं। एक बार असफलता हुई फिर लगो, यही तो भारत है। तो मैं आपसे एक ही शब्द कहूंगा, न्यूक्लियर बम बनाने की तो क्षमता थी, अवसर मिला क्या? मुझे बताइए। अटल जी ने दिया, सेना को सीमा पार जा करके आतंकवादियों के हौसले पस्त करने की क्षमता थी, अवसर किसने दिया? भारत के वैज्ञानिकों में सब क्षमता है, अवसर। ये अवसर तब होता है देश जागता है, जगाने वाला होना चाहिए। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का भी अभिनंदन।
How not just Mission Moon, but the space science of this country was floundered and played with. I don't want to get into that dirty politics today. How people try to get benefit out of it, but I think rise above all this. Take pride in being an Indian. All scientists are my scientists. Satish Sharma, Ramesh Malhotra are all our people. And Nambi Narayan was also ours, by the way, if they have forgotten. So I'm just reminding them. And I think the Prime Minister of this country, who stood by our scientists 4 years ago, when world declared Chandrayaan 2 to be a failure, he not only funded Chandrayaan 3 immediately, rise above petty politics, give credit to Tiranga.
जब देश के वैज्ञानिकों ने इतनी बड़ी सफलता हासिल की है तो वो धन्यवाद के पात्र हमारे वैज्ञानिक जो हैं, लेकिन क्या इसके पीछे नरेंद्र मोदी का नेतृत्व है? ये इसके पीछे नहीं है। पिछली बार जब चंद्रयान 2 विफल हुआ था तो किस तरह से उन्होंने वैज्ञानिकों का हौसला बढ़ाने का काम किया था, और अगर भारत सरकार ने 600 करोड़ रुपया या उससे ज्यादा की राशि अगर उपलब्ध नहीं कराई होती तो क्या चंद्रयान सफल होता? तो इसलिए देखिए, देश के वैज्ञानिक और राजनीतिक नेतृत्व दोनों को इस बात का श्रेय जाता है। और प्रधानमंत्री दक्षिण अफ्रीका में रहते भी समय निकाल कर अगर वैज्ञानिकों का अभिनंदन कर रहे हैं तो इससे भी उनको जलन हो रही है।
World hails India on the moon mission. Now, India became the first country to land on the moon's south pole on August 23, 2023. Several world leaders congratulated Prime Minister Narendra Modi for Chandrayaan 3's success at the BRICS summit in Johannesburg. Indian diaspora erupted in celebrations at the Times Square in New York City. They were seen dancing to drum rolls. The Prime Minister also shared pictures of him greeting members of the Indian diaspora who were gathered in a Johannesburg hotel to celebrate India's successful moon mission. As the world hails India, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar shared a photograph of Prime Minister Modi reading a local daily in Johannesburg, where he's currently attending the BRICS summit, with a headline which read, "Modi's India out of this world." Prime Minister Modi has dedicated the Chandrayaan 3 success to the scientists from across the globe.
इस सफलता को एक देश की सीमित सफलता के रूप में नहीं, लेकिन पूरी मानव जाति की एक महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के रूप में स्वीकार किया जा रहा है। ये हम सभी लोगों के लिए अत्यंत गर्व का विषय है और भारत के वैज्ञानिकों को पूरे विश्व की तरफ से अभिनंदन का अवसर है।
India today successfully landed its lunar mission on the moon, the first country to do on the south pole of the moon. What's the PGA's reaction on this huge accomplishment for the space program globally as well? Thank you.
Yeah, actually it is something that we kind of shared this morning. I mean, the president congratulates India, obviously. It was within the OPGA office, many of the Indian colleagues were celebrating that achievement. Yeah.
This is a very great day. And I think what really stands out is that India is the first country to land on the south pole of the moon, where many others have not succeeded so far. But most significantly is the larger message that the Prime Minister has emphasized upon, which is that India has an inbuilt humanity in everything that she does. The concept of one earth, one family, one future. And as you say, Yoshita, he has also said that this success belongs to all humanity. This success is dedicated to all humanity. And that India's success should spur other countries from the global south to do likewise.
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, chess prodigy Pragnanandha takes on Carlsen for the mega tiebreaker finale in the World Chess Championship. Those details on the other side.
You are watching India Today. कदमों की आहटें। कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This success belongs to all of humanity. ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है।
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 24 degrees.
Above the lunar surface.
7, 6, 5, and here you go. India embraces the moon.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
Chandrayaan-3 touches down the south pole of the lunar surface.
बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि चंदा मामा दूर के, लेकिन अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर के।
And India's spirit reaches for the stars.
We will be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan-3. And as Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned, it is not Chandrayaan-3 alone, it is for future scientific exploratory missions. This is the beginning of a golden era. That is a message I get from what our Prime Minister told. So we are looking for launch of Aditya L1 now next month.
India's Chandrayaan-3 aims to analyze the lunar surface and deepen human understanding of the moon's geology.
I am confident that all countries in the world, including those from the global south, are capable of achieving such feats. We can all aspire for the moon and beyond.
चंद्रयान-3 की सफलता प्रत्येक भारतीय की सामूहिक सफलता है। हम सब के लिए गर्व की बात है 140 करोड़ भारतीयों ने अपने 6 दशक पुराने अंतरिक्ष कार्यक्रम में आज एक और उपलब्धि देखी।
An incredible journey of the human race propelled by India's scientists and engineers.
I cannot tell you the type of that excitement that is created in the whole of India. Every school child, every school, every village, every mohalla is excited by the showcasing of this landing videos and broadcast, and all of them are praying, having lot of pujas and homas and other methods of prayers suitable for each one of them for the success of this mission. And I want to thank each one of you for your excitement, your love for the nation, and for whatever we achieved today. It's all dedicated to yourself and for your courage and strength to support us.
Not just the mission, but a huge leap for humanity's understanding of our cosmic neighbor. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping shake hands on the BRICS stage. Massive suspense continues over India-China talks. Hours after Chandrayaan's lander Vikram touches down on the moon, rover Pragyan takes a walk on the surface of the moon, begins investigation. Monsoon wreaks havoc in Himachal's Kullu. 7 multi-storied buildings crash as landslide hits the hill station. Wagner mercenary chief Prigozhin reportedly dies in a jet crash. Wagner chief's name in jet's passengers list that crashed in the north of Moscow. Chess prodigy R. Pragnanandha takes on Magnus Carlsen for the mega tie-breaker finale in the World Chess Championship. News coming in right now. Chess World Cup final is currently underway. Final heads into a tie-breaker. Indian chess prodigy eyes world title. Chess world champion to be crowned shortly. So that nail-biting finish, the tie-breaker for the final, in fact, is currently underway. Indian chess prodigy R. Pragnanandha will be, of course, hoping for glory at the end of this game. Nikhil Naz is joining us at the moment. Nikhil, take us through how does this tiebreaker take place?
Today was the day, the third day of the World Cup final, where the tiebreakers are supposed to be played. So the first 2 days of the World Cup final, you saw classical chess. Classical chess meaning there is no time constraint and both players then take their time to play a typical classical chess game that you and I also sometimes play on the chessboard. That happened for the first 2 days, 1 game a day. They have 2 games because on one occasion you'll have one player play with the white pieces, and on the second day, the second game, the other one gets to play with the white pieces. And there's a slight advantage when you play with the white pieces. To then nullify that advantage, there's always 2 games. So the first day you had one classical chess game whereby you had Pragyananda play with white pieces. The next day it was Magnus Carlsen who played then with the white pieces on day 2. Both those classical chess games ended in a draw. Now you've gone to the tiebreaker and it's going to be the final day of the World Cup. Now the tiebreaker also has various different formats. You start with a 25-minute rapid fire game 1 and then another 25-minute rapid fire game 2. Once again, there are 2 games because on both those games you will have 1 player each playing with the white pieces. Now, as things stand right now, Pragyananda started with the white piece in rapid fire 1, and the first 2 games that you play are 25-minute long, which means to say, in layman's term, each player is allowed 25 minutes to complete a minimum of 30 moves. So you have to play a minimum of 30 moves, after which either player can either offer a draw or ask the other player if it's a draw, or you get to a result from thereafter. So you get 25 minutes on your shot clock. Right now, what the situation in that first tiebreaker that you're having is, because Pragyananda is playing with white pieces, he needed to have a bit of an advantage, because the next game you'll have Carlsen play with white pieces. Right now, you'd have to say that Carlsen is looking like the more aggressive player in the rapid fire, even though Carlsen is playing with black pieces. So Pragyananda in that sense has an advantage, but on the chessboard, if you were to take a look at it, it is right now Carlsen who's looking like the more aggressive and making the more aggressive moves. You expected that. Now, if you look at the ELO ratings between Magnus Carlsen and Pragyananda, there's a massive gulf there. He is the current rapid fire champion, Magnus Carlsen. He is the current blitz champion. So right now you'll have 2 25-minute long rapid fire chess games, after which if you have any one of the players win 1, then he's crowned champion, or if he wins 1, the other one is a draw, then he's crowned champion. But if it's a 1-all draw, even in this 25-minute rapid fire games that you're going to have, then you'll get into another couple of rapid fire games. The only thing that will change then is the time clock. So instead of 25-minute long games that you're having now, you'll have 10-minute long. So it keeps getting more intense. Even if those 2 10-minute rapid fire games end up in a draw, then you'll have a blitz format, which is, just to explain in layman's terms, something like a penalty shootout or a sudden death shootout that you see in football, that one mistake and then you get a winner on that. So it could very well be in the next 1 hour that you get to know who the winner is, or it could yet take about a couple of hours or even 3-4 hours to decide if it keeps ending in the stalemate like we saw in the classical chess game between these two.
Right, and going into this tiebreaker, Nikhil, who seemingly had the upper hand?
See, if you take a look at now the stats, they've played each other in rapid fire before, Magnus Carlsen and Pragyananda, and the record there is heavily in favor of Magnus Carlsen. He's won 9 times, Pragyananda has won 5 times. So that's a big difference between the two. So the head-to-head record, you've got Magnus Carlsen who's very good. Then if you take a look at the ELO ratings, which is, just telling you the pedigree of a player, Magnus Carlsen is, if I was to give you a cricket analogy, he's at the Don Bradman level. He's Bradman-esque. His record there is, unmatched. He's so far ahead compared to the rest of the competition, but that may not really paint the true picture because, there are a lot of times where Magnus Carlsen hasn't been playing a lot of tournament. Pragyananda is very young. He's just getting into, his groove slowly and gradually. So the number on the ELO rating, which right now is a major gulf between the two, does not really signify a difference in class, which is why you've had previous occasions where Pragyananda has managed to beat, in a time-restricted format, managed to beat someone like a Magnus Carlsen. But the head-to-head, as I mentioned, is clearly in favor of Magnus Carlsen. The other thing, every time that Pragyananda has beaten Magnus Carlsen, it's happened online. It's never happened face-to-face. Now, that's the major factor in chess. Now, one of the factors why Magnus Carlsen is considered arguably the greatest chess player of all time is when you are playing him face-to-face, his body language and the moves that he makes are so aggressive, he's quite intimidating. So that's a real test of Pragyananda. Can he then beat someone like a Carlsen when you come face-to-face? The initial moves that we are seeing, it does seem like that it's playing on Pragyananda's mind, because right now the edge is with Magnus Carlsen in the first game of rapid fire at the moment.
Nikhil, thank you so much for joining us and breaking down how this game actually is being played. Of course, all eyes on that game, and we're hoping, of course, that our chess prodigy emerges winner at the end of today's final. Now, the second classical game of the Chess World Cup final between India's R. Pragyananda and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen ended in a draw in Baku on Wednesday. Both Carlsen and Pragyananda opted for a defensive strategy and agreed for a quick draw. With both matches drawn, the final has gone into tiebreakers, which will be played today. It's already begun, where the champion will be crowned. The players will play two 25-minute rapid games in the beginning. If there is no winner, two 10-minute rapid games will be played. If the deadlock remains, the action will then shift to two 5-minute blitz games. Even after all this, if there is no winner, a sudden death 3-minute blitz game will be played to determine the champion. So that first set of rapid fire games is underway right now, which is 25 minutes for each player. All eyes, of course, on Indian chess prodigy R. Pragnanandha. Shifting focus now, the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 mission. It's not just pride for India, but for the world. Let's take a look at all the celebrations from across the globe. After a historic soft landing by the Chandrayaan-3 on the moon, Indian diaspora erupted in celebrations at the Times Square in New York City. Members of the Indian diaspora were seen dancing to drum rolls as the country became the first in the world to land on the uncharted lunar south face.
It's a proud moment, yes.
The Indian community in Johannesburg, South Africa, greeted Prime Minister Modi after the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon's surface. Prime Minister signed posters that were handmade by diaspora members for his welcome. After the successful Chandrayaan-3 mission, celebrations erupted at the Isha Yoga Center in Coimbatore as well. Sadhguru himself extended his congratulatory messages and blessings to all involved. The moment India's Vikram lander touched down successfully on the moon's south pole, celebrations erupted in Dublin as well. In a video shared by BCCI, the Indian team was seen celebrating the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3. Big moment of pride for every Indian. India becomes the first nation in the world to land on the lunar south pole. Hours after Chandrayaan-3's Vikram lander aced its soft landing on the satellite's south pole, rover Pragyan took a walk on the moon with a successful deployment on the lunar surface today. Rover Pragyan will explore the lunar surface for the next 14 days. Celebrations erupted at the Indian Space Research Organization's Mission Control Center as the Ashoka Line emblem, in fact, was imprinted
lot of applause
on Pragyan rover wheels. ISRO also released the first images from the lunar surface taken by Vikram lander during Chandrayaan-3's descent. After the historic landing, ISRO confirmed that communication link has been established with Chandrayaan-3 lander. Let's listen in now to an exclusive conversation that my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath had earlier this morning with ISRO Chief S. Somnath.
Hello and welcome to this special segment with the man of the moment, the ISRO Chairman, Mr. Somnath. Sir, firstly, congratulations to you on behalf of India today and the whole of the country that we are so proud as to what has happened in the last 12 hours with ISRO and its achievements. First, tell us, what is the mood in your team? How overwhelmed are you? How proud and how happy are you today?
No, they are very joyful. They are excited to see the success of their hard work happening right on moon. And all that they wanted to achieve, the nominal mission has been achieved. So they are really excited to see further work to happen now, including the science experiment that had to happen. It also involves complex processes, complex activities, and involves a lot of systems on board to work very well. So they're all looking towards that now.
Take us through the last 15 minutes. I saw the live visuals. All of you were quite relaxed. You knew what was happening. Things were under control. Take us through what you were going through in the last 15 minutes since the start of the power descent till the touchdown?
See, when such an event takes place, especially like a landing, it is like a rocket launch. Rocket launch also hundreds and thousands of events takes place, measurements and complex functionality do happen. So it is similar to that. So we were all waiting for the things to happen as nominally planned, but excited. Yes.
It's been almost 12 hours since we have done a soft landing.
Yeah.
When India slept, the rover was just coming out. When India woke up this morning, we had to see the tweet that India has taken the first steps on the moon. Tell us the next course of action. What is the Pragyan rover doing right now? How far would it go? What experiments would it carry on?
See, Pragyan rover is just on the moon now. Now we have to move it further. There are a lot of things to do, which includes path planning, traveling little more distances. Then after that, doing experiments with it. But that will take some more time, and we have to have various other conditions suitable for it, including ground visibility, the ground stations availability, and very many things have to be checked. So depending on that, further activities on rover will take place.
The data is quite crucial, is what everyone is saying. We have seen scientists from US, Europe, across the globe congratulating you and saying this is not just an achievement for India, for the humanity as well, because southern part of the moon, south pole of the moon, no one has gone, and there are evidences that there might be water hidden there.
Yeah, as told by Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, he was also specifically telling it this mission is just not for India alone, it's for the whole world, so that the other people get inspired to travel to moon and then find out and explore. I think there is a renewed interest in going to the southern part of the moon, hopefully to look for more of resources, natural resources that is suitable for human beings, for its colonization or further expansion or traveling beyond moon. So scientific community across the globe are very keen to see that we succeed and also bring out useful scientific results, as we did for Chandrayaan 1 and 2.
As Chandrayaan 3 was making history, Prime Minister Narendra Modi joined in virtually from South Africa and witnessed the safe landing of Chandrayaan 3 live. Though he couldn't be present at the ISRO headquarters, he called ISRO Chief S. Somnath right after the successful landing of Chandrayaan 3 and promised him to congratulate Team ISRO in person soon. Now, after his stopover in Greece this week, Prime Minister will fly directly to Bengaluru to meet Team ISRO. Here's a report.
मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई.
For Narendra Modi, this is personal.
और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए. और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा.
On Wednesday, minutes before the Chandrayaan 3 lander kissed the moon surface, the Indian Prime Minister entered the room from 7,000 kilometers away. And as soon as the touchdown was successfully complete, the celebrations broke out.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल.
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear.
It was Modi who was invited by the ISRO chief to address the ecstatic organization.
The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
Pradhan Mantri ji, namaskar. Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
भारत बार बार ये साबित कर रहा है कि sky is not the limit.
Safely और softly.
Modi's tryst with Chandrayaan goes back away.
ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है.
Modi was personally present in Bengaluru 4 years ago when the previous Chandrayaan mission didn't quite end on a high. These images of Prime Minister consoling and embracing an emotional K7, the then ISRO chief, exploded across the minds of a nation that joined the scientific community in mourning the loss of the lander. For Chandrayaan 3, it is likely the Prime Minister wasted to be in Bengaluru but couldn't owing to his attendance of the BRICS summit in South Africa. And given the Prime Minister's personal touch and weight of expectations, he knows he's going to have to do better than a video call.
चांद से जुड़े मिथक बदल जाएंगे.
And that's why after his stopover in Greece this week, he will fly directly to Bengaluru on Saturday morning, where he is expected to spend the day with the jubilant ISRO team and undoubtedly promise them even more support, as ISRO sets its sights on the sun next. Bureau Report, India Today.
A credit war has erupted between the Congress and the BJP over the advancements in the country's space technology during their respective tenures. While most of the leaders celebrated the feat, Congress said that it was Jawaharlal Nehru who laid the foundation stone of space science, which is now world famous. Congress in its tweet mentioned that Jawaharlal Nehru's scientific outlook and vision laid the foundation of Indian space research, and Chandrayaan-3's success is because of his early efforts. However, the BJP was quick to respond. The Saffron Party tweeted a photo comparing their tweet with the Congress Party. The BJP on the one hand gave credit to ISRO scientists, while the Congress Party on the other hand gave all the credit to Nehru.
मैं सभी वैज्ञानिकों को खूब बधाई देता हूं जो नेहरू जी ने इसरो स्थापित किया था। आज से 75 साल पहले जो कल्पना की थी आज साकार हो रहा है, तो सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामना देता हूं।
इसरो की ये योजना कोई आज की नहीं है, इसे स्थापित पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के सपने को इंदिरा जी ने किया था।
चंद्रयान 3 की सफलता प्रत्येक भारतीय की सामूहिक सफलता है। हम सब के लिए गर्व की बात है। चंद्रयान 3 के माध्यम से हमने दुनिया के सामने अपनी शानदार वैज्ञानिक क्षमता का परिचय दिया है। ये उपलब्धियां पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के विजन का प्रमाण है, जिन्होंने इस बात पर जोर दिया साइंटिफिक टेम्पर ही एक स्वतंत्र राष्ट्र के विकास की भावना को आगे बढ़ा सकता है।
श्रेय इसरो को जाता है और श्रेय हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो की मदद की, हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो को सपोर्ट किया। इस सरकार को भी, नेहरू के बाद सब सरकारों को भी, क्योंकि इसरो एक ऐसी संस्था है वो किसी राजनीतिक दल से जुड़ी हुई नहीं है और ना जुड़ना चाहिए। ये एक साइंटिफिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है।
एक बात कभी नहीं भूलिए, देश जागता है, जगाने वाला होना चाहिए। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से वैज्ञानिकों को कहा जाओ चंद्रमा पर पहुंचो, मैं तुम्हारे पीछे खड़ा हूं। एक बार असफलता हुई फिर लगो, यही तो भारत है। तो मैं आपसे एक ही शब्द कहूंगा, न्यूक्लियर बम बनाने की तो क्षमता थी, अवसर मिला क्या? मुझे बताइए। अटल जी ने दिया। सेना को सीमा पार जा करके आतंकवादियों के हौसले पस्त करने की क्षमता थी, अवसर किसने दिया? भारत के वैज्ञानिकों में सब क्षमता है, अवसर। ये अवसर तब होता है देश जागता है, जगाने वाला होना चाहिए। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का भी अभिनंदन।
How not just Mission Moon, but the space science of this country was floundered and played with. I don't want to get into that dirty politics today. How people try to get benefit out of it, but I think rise above all this. Take pride in being an Indian. All scientists are my scientists. Satish Sharma, Ramesh Malhotra are all our people. And Nambi Narayan was also ours, by the way, if they have forgotten. So I'm just reminding them. And I think the Prime Minister of this country, who stood by our scientists 4 years ago, when world declared Chandrayaan-2 to be a failure, he not only funded Chandrayaan-3 immediately, rise above petty politics, give credit to Tiranga.
जब देश के वैज्ञानिकों ने इतनी बड़ी सफलता हासिल की है, तो वो धन्यवाद के पात्र हमारे वैज्ञानिक जो हैं। लेकिन क्या इसके पीछे नरेंद्र मोदी का नेतृत्व है? ये इसके पीछे नहीं है। पिछली बार जब चंद्रयान-2 विफल हुआ था, तो किस तरह से उन्होंने वैज्ञानिकों का हौसला बढ़ाने का काम किया था। और अगर भारत सरकार ने 600 करोड़ रुपया या उससे ज़्यादा की राशि अगर उपलब्ध नहीं कराई होती, तो क्या चंद्रयान सफल होता? तो इसलिए देखिए, देश के वैज्ञानिक और राजनीतिक नेतृत्व दोनों को इस बात का श्रेय जाता है। और प्रधानमंत्री दक्षिण अफ्रीका में रहते भी समय निकाल कर अगर वैज्ञानिकों का अभिनंदन कर रहे हैं, तो इससे भी उनको जलन हो रही है।
बिल्कुल तरस आता है। जिसने पहली ईंट डाली यानी कि नींव रखी, उससे लेकर के जिसके दौर में फीता कटा, सबको क्रेडिट दीजिए, लेकिन क्रेडिट सबसे पहले उन वैज्ञानिकों को दीजिए जिनकी तस्वीरें मैं कम देख रहा हूं, बाकी दुनिया भर की तस्वीरें मैं देख रहा हूं, लेकिन वो पूरी टीम आज की हीरो है। चुनावी राजनीति में इसको डालना, पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट देना कोई कर रहा हो, आज उन वैज्ञानिकों को सामने रखिए, पूरा देश गर्व से कहे।
Now, even after Chandrayaan 3, ISRO has a long list of upcoming missions aimed at exploring new frontiers in space. Shortly after its moonshot, ISRO will turn to the sun. Aditya L1, the first space-based Indian mission to study the sun, is expected to be launched soon. Here's a report.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम
In weeks, ISRO prepares to launch its ambitious Aditya L1, the mission to the sun. This is the first space-based observatory-class Indian solar mission to study the sun. The spacecraft would be placed in a halo orbit around Lagrangian point 1 or L1 of the Sun-Earth system. About 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth, Aditya L1 is set to continuously view the sun without any occultation or eclipse. At an approximate cost of 378 crore rupees, Aditya L1 would be the first spatially resolved solar disk in the near UV band. Around January of 2024, a low Earth orbit observatory is all set to be jointly developed by NASA and ISRO at an approximate cost of 12,300 crore rupees. It's called NISAR. It will map the entire globe in 12 days, provide spatially and temporally consistent data for understanding changes in Earth's ecosystems, ice mass, vegetation biomass, sea level rise, groundwater, and natural hazards including earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, and landslides. In the third quarter of 2024, SPADEX or Space Docking Experiment at an estimated cost of 124 crore rupees is scheduled to be launched. It will be a twin spacecraft mission. Space Docking Experiment is being developed by ISRO to mature technologies related to orbital rendezvous, docking, formation, flying, and other proximity operations. This will create scope of applications in human spaceflight, in-space satellite servicing, and other proximity operations. The Mars Orbiter mission, Mangalyaan 2, is all set to be launched in 2024. It will reportedly include a hyperspectral camera, a high-resolution panchromatic camera, and a radar to understand early Martian crust, recent basalts, and boulder falls. And finally, by the end of 2024 to the beginning of 2025, ISRO will launch its first manned mission, Gaganyaan. Series of test flights have already started. Gaganyaan module will carry Indian astronauts into orbit for 3 days. The Indian Space Agency has shortlisted 4 candidates to go on this mission. They have already undergone initial training in Russia. Now they are undergoing future training at the newly opened astronaut training facility in Bengaluru.
As Chandrayaan 3 conquers the moon, world's wealthiest man, Elon Musk, has taken everybody's attention to its cost efficiency. A post on social media compared ISRO's budget for Chandrayaan 3 to Christopher Nolan's Interstellar film. Turns out Chandrayaan 3 reached the moon in less than half of what was spent on Hollywood's masterpiece Interstellar. Not only this, even Adi Purush surpasses Chandrayaan 3 when it comes to expenditure. Take a look at our detailed report.
Liftoff normal.
1
प्राप्त कर ली गई है।
A nation on a journey that redefines space exploration.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम
Chandrayaan 3 not only reaches for the stars, but it does so with a prudence that echoes across galaxies. People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear India's mission to the little explored south pole of the moon, a triumph of cost efficiency. The world's wealthiest individual has weighed in on Chandrayaan 3's budget. Elon Musk praised the endeavour as beneficial for India. His reaction came in response to a post that compared the lunar mission's cost to Hollywood's masterpiece Interstellar. In 2020, then ISRO chief K. Sivan declared Chandrayaan 3's cost stood at around rupees 615 crore. Christopher Nolan's sci-fi Interstellar, a vision of cosmic exploration, released in 2014 and cost a staggering $165 million, that is more than 1,368 crore rupees today. Chandrayaan 3 stands tall with a budget that is less than half of it. Let's bring it closer home. The magnum opus Adipurush surpasses even Chandrayaan 3 in terms of expenditure. In fact, India's space program in general and Chandrayaan 3 in particular shine as the most economically efficient in the world. Russia's daring Luna 25 attempt to touch the moon's south pole came with a colossal price tag of rupees 1,600 crore, and so did China's ambitions. Their first Chang'e probe cost a staggering 1,752 crore rupees. Consider the world of sports. Football titans Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, and Kylian Mbappe stand as the top 3 highest paid athletes in 2023. Each of these icons individually command a financial impact greater than the entire cost of the Chandrayaan 3 mission.
And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3.
Into the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Chandrayaan 3 on a thrilling voyage through the realm of financial efficiency and astronomical achievements. Bureau Report, India Today.
Days after violence grips Manipur, Manipur limps back to normalcy. Chief Minister Biren Singh says peace has returned to Manipur. The Prime Minister and the Home Minister, he says, have been monitoring the situation in Manipur 24/7. The Chief Minister spoke to my colleague as he arrived in Delhi for a possible meeting with the Home Minister to apprise him of the ground situation in Manipur. Listen in.
मणिपुर का स्थिति अभी बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, पीस आ गया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में 24/7 देख रहा है, संभाल लिया है, अभी पीस आ गया है।
बैठक भी होगी सर, पीएम के साथ, एचएम के साथ बैठक है आपकी सर? बैठक है, बैठक पे कुछ कहेंगे?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
Slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping shake hands on the BRICS stage. Massive suspense continues over India-China talks. Details on the other side.
You are watching India Today. कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
From the biggest conflict zones,
are at the Hostel Air Base and this is...
To the biggest international moments. A reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security. On the road, up the heights, in the trenches, he brings you stories that must unite us. Because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Quality today. In Delhi, 89. In Mumbai, 34. In Kolkata, 56. In Bangalore, 32. In Chennai, 8. In Hyderabad, 92.
Give us a space map, a roadmap of what next. Aditya, the solar exploration, what do you hope to achieve with that? With Gaganyaan, are you also, do you have a roadmap or a space map? Or when do we put a manned mission, not just in space, but in moon, sir?
No, I'm glad, Gaurav, you asked that. We certainly follow a roadmap and we are very organized in the space sector. I think one of the special features in the space department, nobody superannuates. You would have seen today all the former chairmen, all the former scientists putting their heads together and being there, when required. So every mission is like a family mission for them. There's a lifetime commitment. So as far as our next mission is concerned, I think the most important ambitious mission the world will look up to is the Gaganyaan mission. It got delayed by 2 or 3 years, unfortunately, because of the COVID. When the lockdown happened, some of our astronauts were undergoing a training stint in the Gregory Center at Moscow. They had to be called back, and therefore the entire thing, went back by about 3 years. Now it's on the track. So before we actually send a human being into the space, of course, we had a human being in the space in the former Rakesh Sharma, about 40 years back, but that was a Soviet mission. This is going to be a purely indigenous human mission called Gaganyaan. But before we actually send a human person, a human Indian live and soul into that mission, we are going to make ourselves sure that just as it is important to send a human being into a space, it's equally important to have him back safe and sound.
Oh, absolutely.
So for that, we are going to have 2 preliminary trial missions. Hopefully, because we were all busy with Chandrayaan, I think tomorrow or day after we'll get back to our department and try to figure it out if we can do it, the first such mission in next month itself, September or so. So we'll have the first non-human mission. We will go up for a few hours,
follow the same itinerary as the actual mission, then get back into the waters, and then it is rescued. That's a collaborative function where the Navy comes into play, where the Coastal Guards comes into it. If we are successful, we are satisfied, then we'll have another mission, maybe by the beginning of the next year, where we'll put in a human being without a soul. That is a robo-human being. So we already decided we'll have a female robo this time, who will be known as Vayomitra. So this Vayomitra robo, she will function like the human being. She'll perform all those functions there in the space, in the Gaganyaan, and when it comes back, she'll come back through the same route, through the waters or whatever. She'll be rescued in the same manner with all the safety considerations and parameters being observed. And after that, when we are fully satisfied that we have been able to actually deliver the manner that we had envisaged for ourselves, then maybe by the second half of next year or so, we'll send an actual human being, one or two or more than one of them, into the space.
Watching India Today.
Rafael Nadal has been made brand ambassador of Infosys. Infosys onboards tennis icon Rafael Nadal as ambassador. Nadal says excited to join Team Infosys, looking forward to the partnership. This announcement was made by the tennis icon himself as he tweeted out a video where he said, "Hello everyone, very excited to join Team Infosys as their global brand ambassador. Infosys has brought its digital expertise to the global tennis ecosystem and love impact that Infosys is making to communities beyond the court. I'm looking forward to this partnership to do something beautiful together."
Hello everyone, I am very excited to announce this partnership with Infosys. Over the years I have experienced how Infosys helped the players to use technology on tour. I think Infosys helped to transform our sport and make it super easy for every player on the tour, creating easy access to all the data and analytics. At the same time, I know Infosys is creating a new technology via virtual reality to engage new fans, and is something that can be super important for our sport. At the same time, Infosys and we are very focused on do something good for the society. So I think Infosys is bringing digital skills to the society for these new generations, and we are working hard here in the academy with the new generations to try to help the kids to become, first of all, better human persons, but at the same time trying to help them to improve as much as possible their tennis skills. We care about people, so because of that, this new partnership is super exciting for me. I'm very proud of it, and I am sure we're going to do something beautiful together. Super excited about this new project, so I can't wait to start this partnership and see how far we can go in the future. See you soon.
Okay, the news that's coming in right now from Baku is that our Pragnanandha has lost the first tiebreaker game. It's a must-win now as far as the second game is concerned for the Indian chess prodigy. Magnus Carlsen wins the first game of the tiebreaker. It's a setback for our Pragnanandha in the Chess World Cup final. We're still hoping, of course, that he'll be able to turn this around, but it has become a must-win situation for our Pragnananda to win, in fact, the second game of this tie-breaker. So all eyes will be on that game, which is currently underway. Remember that after 2 games and a draw yesterday, it's a tie-breaker situation now between the 2 champions who are hoping to, in fact, take home the trophy for this Chess World Cup. Our Pragnananda has lost the first tie-breaker game. It's now a must-win for him to win game 2. Magnus Carlsen wins the first game of the tie-breaker. The setback is for our Pragnananda, the 18-year-old Indian chess prodigy in the Chess World Cup. That's the latest that we're getting in from Baku. Remember that these are 25-minute games that these chess players are currently playing. This is the tiebreaker situation, and there are many rounds of these tiebreaker games that they will be playing if in case there is no clear winner who emerges from this first round of 25-minute games each. So the first round has already gone. As far as this first game is concerned, it's gone to Magnus Carlsen, the world number 1 in chess, who's being challenged by 18-year-old Indian chess prodigy R. Pragnananda. Nikhil Nas is now joining us for the latest on this. Nikhil, tell us about what happened in the first game.
Well, Paulomi, that's exactly why we were calling Magnus Carlsen arguably the greatest chess player ever, and he showed exactly why. Now, there's a big difference in terms of Elo rating points between Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda, and this particular game, the first rapid fire that you saw, kind of played out like that. Now, just let's break down the game for you. To start with, Pragnananda, remember, started with the white pieces, so this was his game to win. This is where he needed to exert his, superiority of playing with white pieces, so he needed to be a bit more aggressive. The game started with Magnus Carlsen being a bit more aggressive initially. Then you reach the middle game. In the middle game, they exchanged their queens, and after that you thought that Pragnananda was making a comeback. In fact, he reached the stage where he then started taking the advantageous position, and all this while the one factor that was going in Pragnananda's favor was that, remember, this is a 25-minute shot clock that you have to look after. This is a rapid fire, so time is of the essence. And that's the advantage that Pragnananda had for most of the game, that he seemed to have more time left on his shot clock as compared to Magnus Carlsen. So it did seem like while it reached the middle game that Pragnananda, playing with white pieces, a little bit more time on his shot clock, will manage to win game number 1. But from there on towards the end game, and that's why Carlsen is as good as he is, he really upped the ante. From there on, his moves became really fast, and it reached a situation where he started exerting pressure on Pragnananda. There weren't too many blunders. Usually you end up making a blunder in a rapid fire. Not too many blunders made by Pragnananda, so you really can't fault him for that. But it is just the superiority of someone like a Magnus Carlsen when it comes to a time game. He started taking less time between his moves, and that time pressure then started playing on Pragnananda. It actually reached down to just 10 seconds. You get an additional 10 seconds after every move, but towards the end game, it had almost boiled down to 8 seconds, 10 seconds, and from there on, he was always racing against time. From Magnus Carlsen had about 3 minutes on his shot clock, so he could take time on each of his moves, and then it reached a situation where then Pragnananda was left with no option but to resign. As things stand right now, it is 1-0 in Magnus Carlsen's favor. There's going to be another game where Carlsen is going to be playing with white pieces. Pragnananda now plays with the black pieces. If it's a draw or Carlsen wins, then the World Cup goes to Magnus Carlsen. But if Pragnananda manages to pull out a victory from here, then it's going to be a draw, and then you go into those 10-minute rapid fires.
Okay, so we'll probably be hoping for a draw over here, and we'll hope that, chances for our Pragnananda, the 18-year-old, are still alive in terms of winning this World Cup. Nikhil, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details and for breaking it down for us. Shifting focus now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was spotted having a brief exchange of words with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the BRICS summit in Johannesburg. The meeting of the two leaders came on the sidelines of the 15th BRICS summit. Before the conference started, Prime Minister Modi and Xi were pictured having a brief conversation before taking their designated seats. In November 2022, Modi chanced upon Xi at the G20 dinner hosted by Indonesian President Joko Widodo in Bali, Indonesia. Both the leaders had exchanged pleasantries at the G20 dinner. Notably, this was the first handshake since the standoff between China's People's Liberation Army and the Indian forces at Galwan in April 2020. India and China have been in a standoff situation for the last 3 years, and relations at all levels have deteriorated due to tensions on the line of actual control. The two sides have held 19 rounds of talks so far to address the boundary issues in eastern Ladakh since 2020. Shifting focus now to Russia, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, has been reportedly killed in a plane crash. The Russian Civil Aviation Authority have said that Yevgeny Prigozhin was on the list of passengers on the plane. Now, according to preliminary information, all 10 people on board died, including 3 crew members, the ministry said. The crash comes 2 months after Yevgeny Prigozhin launched a short-lived rebellion seen as the biggest challenge to Russian President Vladimir Putin's authority since he came to power. According to Russia's investigative committee, a criminal investigation has been launched into the cause of the crash. US President Joe Biden said he was not surprised by reports that the Russian mercenary chief had died in a plane crash, adding that not much happens in Russia that President Vladimir Putin is not behind.
I don't know for a fact what happened, but I'm not surprised.
Do you believe?
There's not much that happens when Russia is not behind. I don't know enough to know the answer.
But yes, would Putin have done this? Well, he has certainly the Russian security forces have a history of poisoning people at home and abroad, and political opponents or people that Mr. Putin has previously called traitors. And he has, of course, called Prigozhin, well, he's called some of them traitors. But, you know, why did it take so long? Your original question.
Okay, India becomes the first nation in the world to land on the lunar surface. In fact, we will be bringing you all of those details after this very short break.
You are watching India Today. कल के सपने पूरे करो आज, रहो एक कदम आगे तमिलनाडु मर्केंटाइल बैंक के साथ।
Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This success belongs to all of humanity. ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है।
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है।
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 24 degrees.
India becomes the first nation in the world to land on the lunar South Pole, hours after Chandrayaan 3's Vikram lander aced its soft landing on the satellite's South Pole. Rover Pragyan took a walk on the moon with a successful deployment on the lunar surface today. Rover Pragyan will explore the lunar surface for the next 14 days. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was spotted having a brief exchange of words with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the BRICS summit in Johannesburg. Before the conference started, Prime Minister Modi and Xi were pictured having a brief conversation before taking their designated seats. India and China have been in a standoff situation for the last 3 years, due to tensions on the line of actual control. Incessant rains continue to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. Several multi-storied buildings collapsed in Himachal Pradesh's Kullu after heavy rainstorm. Over 4 incidents of cloudbursts have been reported in Mandi, Shimla and Solan during the past 24 hours. 11 people have died in the state, including 3 in Shimla and 8 in Mandi. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, has been reportedly killed in a plane crash. According to preliminary information, all 10 people on board died, including 3 crew members. The ministry said the crash comes 2 months after Yevgeny Prigozhin launched a short-lived rebellion seen as the biggest challenge to Russian President Vladimir Putin's authority since he came to power.
टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि-कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
And we'll be able to continue with the experiments, including the Pragyan rover coming out and then doing all the experiments. So we are looking for very, very exciting 14 days from now for Chandrayaan 3.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Is ugly netagiri and politics spoiling India's amazing historic moment? Has the landing of the Vikram on the surface of the moon been tarnished and damaged by the juvenile crossfire between the Congress and the BJP? Why is the Congress busy applauding only Pandit Nehru by impulse after the successful landing of the Chandrayaan-3 on the surface of the moon? So many questions, but so few surprises over how our political class has tarnished what should have been a pure, unadulterated day of joy for every Indian over the success of our scientific community and specifically ISRO. I'm Shiv. I'm going to be asking those questions. I'm going to be busting some myths that have been coming in from the outside as well. Thanks as always for making India Today the most watched channel in the country. It means everything to us. Here are the headlines. Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping shake hands on the BRICS stage in Johannesburg. Will the Chinese president come to Delhi for the G20 summit early next month? The suspense continues. No bilateral between the two leaders at BRICS. Hours after Chandrayaan's lander Vikram touches down on the moon, rover Pragyan takes a walk on the lunar surface. First images on India Today. The exploration has begun. The 14-day countdown of the program begins. Monsoon wreaks havoc in Himachal's Kulu. 7 multi-storied buildings crash down as the landslide hits this famous hill station. Has Putin's nemesis been bumped off? Wagner mercenary chief Prigozhin reportedly dies in a jet aircraft crash. Wagner chief's name in the jet's passenger list that crashed north of Moscow. Big setback for chess prodigy Pragyananda. Magnus Carlsen wins first game of the tiebreaker. Prag must win the second. When the Vikram lander kissed the surface of the moon, celebrations erupted, unsurprisingly, not just at ISRO, but all parts of the country and indeed in the hearts of Indians all across the world. But the Congress party, the party that was in power when India became independent, a party that was in power for a long time after independence as well, has decided to devote much of its gratitude today, especially on social media, to crediting Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who was the Prime Minister of the country and most certainly an icon of the Congress party. What has resulted in is a credit war over who built ISRO, who shaped the space program, and an ugly crossfire between the Congress and the BJP. A credit war has erupted between the two parties over the advancements in the country's space technology during their respective tenures. It has descended into allegations and counter-allegations, who created ISRO and who has damaged it. While most leaders celebrated the feat, the Congress repeatedly, in tweet after tweet, post after post, decided that it was only going to thank Jawaharlal Nehru, who laid the foundation stone of space science, which is now world famous. Of course, Congress leaders, including Sonia Gandhi, applauded ISRO and its scientists, but a bulk of the gratitude, of the applause and the credit was placed firmly at the door of Jawaharlal Nehru. The Congress, in its tweet, mentioned that Nehru's scientific outlook and vision laid the foundation of Indian space research, and Chandrayaan 3's success is because of his early efforts. However, the BJP was quick to respond. The party tweeted a photograph comparing their tweet with the Congress party's tweet. The BJP, on the one hand, gave credit to ISRO scientists squarely, not naming any politician there, even though the Prime Minister did participate in the function where he applauded the ISRO scientists. While the Congress party, on the other hand, gave its first credit. The first shot fired by the Congress party was to applaud Nehru and list his contributions to the space program.
चंद्रयान 3 की सफलता प्रत्येक भारतीय की सामूहिक सफलता है। हम सब के लिए गर्व की बात है। चंद्रयान 3 के माध्यम से हमने दुनिया के सामने अपनी शानदार वैज्ञानिक क्षमता का परिचय दिया है। ये उपलब्धियां पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के विजन का प्रमाण है, जिन्होंने इस बात पर जोर दिया साइंटिफिक टेम्पर ही एक स्वतंत्र राष्ट्र के विकास की भावना को आगे बढ़ा सकता है।
इसरो की ये योजना कोई आज की नहीं है, इसे स्थापित पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के सपने को इंदिरा जी ने किया था।
श्रेय इसरो को जाता है और श्रेय हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो की मदद की, हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो को सपोर्ट किया। इस सरकार को भी, नेहरू के बाद सब सरकारों को भी, क्योंकि इसरो एक ऐसी संस्था है जो किसी राजनीतिक दल से जुड़ी हुई नहीं है और ना जुड़ना चाहिए। ये एक साइंटिफिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। श्रेय इसरो को जाता है और श्रेय हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो की मदद की, हर सरकार को जाता है जिन्होंने इसरो को सपोर्ट किया। इस सरकार को भी, नेहरू के बाद सब सरकारों को भी, क्योंकि इसरो एक ऐसी संस्था है जो किसी राजनीतिक दल से जुड़ी हुई नहीं है और ना जुड़ना चाहिए। ये एक साइंटिफिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है।
एक बात कभी नहीं भूलिए, देश जागता है, जगाने वाला होना चाहिए। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से वैज्ञानिकों को कहा, जाओ चंद्रमा पर पहुंचो, मैं तुम्हारे पीछे खड़ा हूं। एक बार असफलता हुई फिर लगो, यही तो भारत है। तो मैं आपसे एक ही शब्द कहूंगा, न्यूक्लियर बम बनाने की तो क्षमता थी, अवसर मिला क्या? मुझे बताइए। अटल जी ने दिया। सेना को सीमा पार जा करके आतंकवादियों के हौसले पस्त करने की क्षमता थी, अवसर किसने दिया? भारत के वैज्ञानिकों में सब क्षमता है, अवसर। ये अवसर तब होता है, देश जागता है, जगाने वाला होना चाहिए। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का भी अभिनंदन।
बिल्कुल तरस आता है। जिसने पहली ईंट डाली यानी कि नींव रखी, उससे लेकर के जिसके दौर में फीता कटा, सबको क्रेडिट दीजिए, लेकिन क्रेडिट सबसे पहले उन वैज्ञानिकों को दीजिए जिनकी तस्वीरें मैं कम देख रहा हूं, बाकी दुनिया भर की तस्वीरें मैं देख रहा हूं, लेकिन वो पूरी टीम आज की हीरो है। चुनावी राजनीति में इसको डालना, पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट देना, कोई कर रहा हो, आज उन वैज्ञानिकों को सामने रखिए, पूरा देश गर्व से कहे।
How not just Mission Moon, but the space science of this country was floundered and played with. I don't want to get into that dirty politics today. How people try to get benefit out of it, but I think rise above all this. Take pride in being an Indian. All scientists are my scientists. Satish Sharma, Ramesh Malhotra are all our people. And Nambi Narayan was also ours, by the way, if they have forgotten. So I'm just reminding them. And I think the Prime Minister of this country, who stood by our scientists 4 years ago, when world declared Chandrayaan-2 to be a failure, he not only funded Chandrayaan-3 immediately, rise above petty politics, give credit to Tiranga.
Now, the very nature of space science in any country, and especially India, is that successive governments do work, and then successive governments that come after them build on that work. Space science is supposed to be bipartisan, but this ugly credit war has descended into a truly unseemly crossfire between the Congress and the BJP, with the Congress also playing its part by only and only crediting Nehru right at the outset. Now take a look at this crossfire. I want to just deconstruct it a little bit so our viewers know what our public representatives are up to. The Congress says ISRO is the success of Nehru's vision. First thing they said, BJP says UPA delayed the Chandrayaan-2 mission. The Congress says ISRO's foundation was laid by the Congress party. Obviously it was. The BJP says the Congress has ignored space missions for 50 years and the real successes have only come now. The Congress says credit must go to ISRO scientists. The BJP says the Congress has disrespected scientists like Nambi Narayan with false espionage cases. So who are they to talk about respect for ISRO scientists? So that's where things have descended to at this point of time. I want to go across to our guests at this time because no one had hoped that something like this would happen on a day of joy, on a day of celebration for all Indians, because Tehseen Poonawalla is with me. He's a political analyst. Neeti Jain is with the BJP. Good to have you both. Thank you for your time. First of all, right at the outset, congratulations to you and to all Indians, on an achievement that makes all of us proud and I'm sure unites us all. But us being a vibrant democracy and in a noisy election year, it is only to be expected that we're going to see legacy wars, credit wars, who did more things for ISRO, etc. But Tehseen, the fact that the Congress party right at the outset, the first tweet that they put out, or social media post that they put out, was this kind of laundry list of achievements or contributions of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to the space program, and that's the reason why Chandrayaan-3 was a success. And just one little disclaimer, I personally believe Nehru's contribution to shaping our space program is beyond doubt and should be beyond politics as well. But for that first credit to go to Nehru by the Congress party, it reeks of, being defensive as far as ISRO is concerned.
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you for having me on the show. And at the onset, many, many congratulations to you, the India Today team, all your viewers and all of us. And like you rightly said, some things are beyond politics. We can agree to disagree on everything except some things which are national interest. And like you rightly in your introduction said, India's space program, and let me add to it, and because you are somebody who covers it and I have a lot of respect for you, India's nuclear program. These are two success stories of various governments. The nuclear program from Indira Ji to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and Pokhran was done hidden from US satellites when Vajpayee Ji was Prime Minister. These are India's success stories. The first 3 words of our constitution are we the people. This is our success. Not any Prime Minister, not any President, not any opposition leaders are. So I really hope our political leadership, bipartisan, stops taking success of our scientists. They must stop doing that immediately. Whether it is, and I am a Congress supporter, I'm putting that out. I vote for the Congress. Whether it is this desperateness to show, look, we set the foundation. Of course, the Congress set the foundation, no doubt about it. Or whether it is the Prime Minister coming on the screen or whatever, that happened at that point. He is the Prime Minister. He is going to come on the screen as Siddharamaiah will go. Let's stop this. Number one. Number two, let me go a little step further. I think this is a great achievement for India. Where do we go from here? As an Indian, and what really intrigues me is, yes, Nehru ji set a base. We've today achieved something, and all prime ministers, including Modi ji, gets credit. Today, are we building a quantum computer? Shiv, I say this because as an Indian, I'm extremely concerned. We are falling. At least if we are not falling back, we are not moving ahead at the same pace. We are not building a quantum computer.
I'll come to that point, Tessin. You're making 2 points. I'll come back to that point. You make an extremely important point, because the energy spent in the tutu meme over credit, etc., is something that could easily be spent on doing the next big thing for India. I agree with you. But let's just focus just for a moment on the politics, because these are, after all, big parties, big elected representatives saying these things about each other on a day of joy for all Indians. Niti Jain, what do you have to say about the Congress crediting Nehru for it? The BJP, I notice, has also been attacking the Congress, saying, look at you guys, all you can do is think about Nehru on a day like this and ignore our scientists. They're pointing at you and saying, why did the Prime Minister have to be there on a day like this? Tehseen, I think, very sensibly says, he's the Indian Prime Minister, of course he's going to be there.
Shiv, I think it's not just the BJP. I think it's the entire country on a day as momentous as it was. I think all of us were just celebrating, and it was just the Congress that comes out, okay, congratulations, but it was Nehru. I think it was on one of your shows a little while earlier where you had spoken about an entire list of initiatives that was simply named after Nehru, and it took you quite some time to do that.
Yeah.
But this is what the Congress party has been doing all this while, and today they have a problem if a Prime Minister, the head of this country, and also the minister who is in charge of the space and technology initiatives in this country, has even spoken or addressed the country about such a huge initiative, and that is their problem. So I think it was just being very petty and a little funny also, because this is not, as a country, we need to celebrate what we have achieved, and it is not a small milestone that we've taken. The initiatives that have been taken by the Prime Minister have gotten us a lot of startups. They have gotten us a lot of foreign investment simply because of the initiatives that ISRO has taken in the past 9 years.
Tehseen, do you think the day should have just been devoted to the scientists, to crediting the scientists, thanking them, applauding them? All of this could have happened maybe a day or a week later.
Yes, in an ideal world, it should, but we are a democracy.
Yeah.
And in a democracy, people are going to speak, people are going to make political points, no matter how momentous the occasion are. So that will happen. We can't stop that. We shouldn't even really stop that, because that takes away the uniqueness of being in India. We're not in China.
True.
We are in India. So that's the great thing about this amazing country. But let me address the second thing, because Niti moved to startup, something that I'm involved in. I'm in the startup business. We have a startup winter, Niti. The government doesn't have a policy. Look, Niti, I'm not being critical. He's my Prime Minister. I oppose him, but he's Prime Minister. I'm in the fintech space, in blockchain. We don't have a policy. I am forced to plead my partners, hold on. We can register a company in Dubai in 20 minutes. I'm not making this up, Niti. We can register a company 20. We don't have a policy in India. Do we have a policy on quantum computers? We don't have that. What is our policy with blockchain? Tell me, Niti.
But Tehseen, what does that have to do with this?
I'll tell you what this has to do. Like Prime Minister, just Niti, 2 minutes. Niti, 2 minutes. Niti, give me a minute.
Let Tehseen pose his question.
Let me frame my question. From Prime Minister Nehru to Prime Minister Modi, we had a continuity of a big achievement that we made in our space program or in our nuclear program. Where is your next idea going to come from? It's going to be quantum computing. That's going to safeguard your space security. Quantum computing, we're not there. We're not moving there. Why, Niti? Explain that to me. We should have taken that next leap. Tell me, Niti, what is our policy with future businesses? We don't have an idea.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is, it's not merely enough to just credit our scientists. What has to happen is protect our scientists. Help them go ahead further.
But that's what the BJP is accusing the Congress of, Tehseen. That's one of the things the BJP is accusing the Congress of. They're saying that the Congress has actually damaged ISRO rather than, build it up. That's a specific allegation being made by Amit Malviya and others.
That's a political statement. They
And
can't back
is
that up.
true, Shiv. If you just give me 30 seconds, I can explain it to you.
Yeah.
You threw a scientist, just Niti, just 10 seconds. You
I'll
throw a
answer your
scientist under the
question.
bus and the vaccines.
The point is, if you
Yeah,
have
just 10
personal
seconds.
problems, if you have personal issues, that's a different thing. But there are 150.
Yeah, Niti, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Do we have Niti? Okay, I think we've lost that link with Niti. Tehseen, you want to complete your point? We'll get Niti back then. Yeah.
Even with the vaccines, okay, these are India's vaccines, right? What did the government do in the Supreme Court? It went and gave an affidavit in written, or if you, instead of giving an indemnity, it gave an affidavit in the Supreme Court, or if you can sue these vaccine companies. Secondly, with regards to the Hyderabad-based vaccine company, they didn't even fight WHO.
Tehseen, you're making it about a lot of different things here. You're broadening it up.
I'm talking about scientists.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I'm saying you got to protect your scientists. You don't protect your scientists.
To what you're saying.
Okay, let Niti respond to your first question. Yeah, Niti, go ahead.
So all I was saying was, no matter what your personal issue is, there are 150 space startups that have come up, and they have contributed in some way or the other in launching and landing this Chandrayaan-3. So all of them have been involved in this. Out of the 424 foreign satellites launched, 389 have been launched in the past 9 years. Before 2014, there were 1.2 missions per year ka average, and after that, it has been 5.7 missions per year. So there has to be a policy initiative that has been taken by the current government. I am not saying the scientists are not responsible. They totally are. And I think they get all the respect and all the hard work that they've done. But like the army that you questioned, there has to be a policy, a government driven by policy that is guiding them and backing them in whatever they are doing. And ISRO, you can say that Nehru ji ne pehli eent rakhi thi and all of those things, but what after that? In 62, Pakistan launched a satellite from Pakistan. We launched our first satellite in 75 and we launched it in Russia, not in India. Why? If you are going to credit Nehru, also credit him for the Aksai that happened, also credit him for Kashmir.
Okay, no, we're not going to go into all of those things. Yeah. Okay, Tehseen, you want to respond? The short point is, if you're going to credit Nehru on social media as being the real reason why Chandrayaan-3 landed on the moon, then also bring up all the other things. There are many things that didn't happen for ISRO.
Well, I just read
this whole game is ugly. That's the point.
They have a right. Let me say, they have a right to, and they have a right to. And again, I said, we are a democracy.
Yeah.
Please accuse Nehru. Please, you have a right to. But let me ask you about Prime Minister. The HEC.
Niti, let him finish. Niti, let Tehseen finish. We can only hear one of you at a time. Tehseen.
Yeah. Niti, with respect, please discredit Nehru, credit Nehru, do what you want. Nehru is no longer amongst us. He's no longer in our midst. Hindsight is always 20/20. But our current Prime Minister, if we credit him for ISRO, we should. Then HECD PSU, whose engineers were responsible in the Chandrayaan launch, were not paid for 3 months. By that logic, there you say, that's a PSU, that's independent, their Prime Minister is not responsible. You can't do that, Niti. You cannot keep interrupting me. It's not Republic of Nonsense.
Niti, 1 second. Let him finish. I'll give you time.
Please allow me to make my point. It is not a fake news. We are not talking about the scientists. We are talking about the engineers. Please understand what I'm trying to say. The engineers of HEC, a Ranchi-based PSU, which is a government-owned, public-owned company, were not paid their salaries for 3 months. That is not disputable. If we have to credit the Prime Minister for what our scientists did, rightfully so, why should the same Prime Minister's government not be held responsible for engineers? We can't just talk about our scientists and not talk about other professionals like engineers.
But the government has not taken credit for it, Tehseen. Where has the government taken credit for this?
BJP.
The social,
BJP.
all the social media out there shows pictures of the Pragyan rover, the lander. The first tweet put out by the BJP didn't have a picture of any politician. It's the Congress that's talking all about Nehru. The BJP is just talking about ISRO.
When BJP leaders or spokespersons like the very erudite Niti credit the Prime Minister for a policy which rightfully he should be credited, then the same policy which does not pay engineers should be, the question should have asked the Prime Minister.
Answer that, Niti. Answer that. That's a specific, that's specific because there are many issues around that as well. Yes, Niti.
So the point, Shiv, is everybody was congratulating ISRO. Everybody was celebrating as a country. It was the Congress party that came out and said, "Ye to Nehru ji ne kiya tha." Whatever is that, everybody is going to respond to that. No, ये तो उड़ता हुआ तीर आप लोगों ने लिया है भाई. What has the BJP anything to do with it? The BJP is going to respond if you're going to credit everything to one person. And I'm more than willing, you take the credit, but you take the blame for everything else that has been done as well.
Look,
if you're not, that's what the current government is doing, and we have everything to show on the international and the national stage, everything that has been done, and that is something, and I appreciate Tehseen has been accepting or kind of being kind about.
No, Tehseen's one of the most sensible people on TV. I always say this. But I'd like to end because I'm almost out of time by just saying that, certain things must be above politics. I believe that things like rape, things like crime, things like our space program, strategic affairs, defense, questions must be asked of our political powers and the governments that be, and that's what we do here in India today. But certain things must be above politics. There can't be point scoring over people who are without a doubt legendary. Who can argue that Nehru is not legendary? Who can argue that Nehru did not have a seminal part to play in birthing India's space program? Obviously, there's a context to how defensive the Congress appears to be right now because the Nehru Memorial was recently renamed and therefore the Congress feels a little slighted and perhaps needed to talk a little bit more about Nehru. But like Tehseen says, that's democracy. And in an election year, all of this is going to be amplified all the more. The truth, when you boil all of this politics away, is all of us Indians have every reason to be very, very proud with what ISRO achieved yesterday. The men and women are all heroes and they deserve our unadulterated congratulations. Thank you very much to both Neeti and to Tehseen for being with me. That was a very sensible discussion that we had that goes beyond just our space program, because Chandrayaan 3 is on the moon, viewer. That's the bottom line. The Pragyan rover, as we showed you in those pictures yesterday, has exited the Vikram lander. I cannot wait for those first pictures taken by Pragyan of the lander once it is completely, at a certain distance from Vikram. Hopefully those images will come sometime today or perhaps over the weekend. What's more, Chandrayaan has already started beaming back data from the moon. The experiment has begun. The moment of discovery is here for India. Take a look.
India does the moonwalk. Hours after Chandrayaan's 3-lander module Vikram touched down on the lunar surface at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the moon rover Pragyan rolled out of Vikram on Thursday. ISRO confirmed the breakthrough, saying India took a walk on the moon. The Pragyan rover is the first of its kind to be deployed to the moon's south pole. Over the next 14 Earth days, which equals 1 lunar day, Pragyan will cover moon's surface as low as 1 centimeter per second. It is equipped with a variety of instruments, including a camera, a spectrometer and a magnetometer. The rover will conduct experiments to study the moon's surface, including its composition, mineralogy and history. It will be powered by solar panels and will communicate with the Chandrayaan 3 orbiter.
Once the sun set at the end of the 14th day, we will have night falling in and the temperature will drop very drastically for the next 14 days. And once after the 14 days, most of the liquid inside, like the propellants, would have frozen. Some of the electronics would have got damaged. The battery also would have gone dead. So all these are possible. But the contrary is also equally possible. So we will wait for that remaining 14 days, like at the end of 28th day when the sun comes up. Maybe a few days later, we will again check whether it is in good condition.
Before images of Pragyan emerged, ISRO had released picture of the lander Vikram on the moon, the photograph. The image from the landing imager camera shows a glimpse of the landing site, including a portion of the spacecraft's landing leg and its shadow. These 4 images were the first set sent by the lander's horizontal velocity camera as it was nearing the surface of the moon. As India became the first country to land on the moon's south pole, several world leaders congratulated Prime Minister Modi for Chandrayaan's 3 success at the BRICS summit in Johannesburg.
Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, I asked him this morning whether the lunar module is still firmly on the ground on the moon, and he said yes. So yesterday we congratulated India for landing a lunar model on the moon.
As world hails India, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar shared a photograph of Prime Minister Modi reading a local daily in Johannesburg. The newspaper carried the headline, Modi's India out of the world. Prime Minister Modi has dedicated Chandrayaan's 3 success to scientists across the globe.
इस सफलता को एक देश की सीमित सफलता के रूप में नहीं, लेकिन पूरी मानव जाति की एक महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के रूप में स्वीकार किया जा रहा है। ये हम सभी लोगों के लिए अत्यंत गर्व का विषय है और भारत के वैज्ञानिकों को पूरे विश्व की तरफ से अभिनंदन का अवसर है।
The successful landing of Chandrayaan 3 makes India the 4th country to soft land on the moon, after the United States, the Soviet Union and China.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है।
India aims to embark on a first mission to study the sun. Mission Aditya will launch in September. The moonwalk is only the beginning. Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's never forget that as we applaud the scientists, the heroes of ISRO, the men and women, their families have stood steadfastly behind them. The families who've had to see these ISRO heroes spend hours, days, weeks, months, perhaps even years away from their family to make sure that India's space dreams come true. We salute each and every ISRO family, those behind the scenes making their contribution to the Vikram landing on the surface of the moon. Watch this report.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल
These are the heroes of India's moon mission. India and the world are celebrating their historic success. Soon after Chandrayaan's 3 successful landing on the moon's south pole. This old, undated video of the ISRO chief, Somnath, shaking a leg has gone viral. One would hope that this is how Team Chandrayaan would have celebrated on Wednesday night. But no.
This is a technical event in which that we were doing certain work all through yesterday night, and we were here even after the landing for hours together to achieve something. So we have to catch some sleep. That's all I did yesterday.
It gives me immense satisfaction on achieving this goal as a project director of this mission.
As billions of Indians were on the edge of their seats, the families of ISRO scientists were as nervous. Project director P. Veeramuthuvel's father was glued to his television set. He got extremely emotional watching the Vikram lander successfully touching down on the moon's surface. Another ISRO scientist, Parvati, received a rousing welcome from her neighbors as she got back home. And just like them, India too is over the moon. Bureau Report, India Today.
One of the things you can always count on to happen when there's a successful Indian space mission like the one yesterday is a total meltdown in a tiny but very vocal section of the United Kingdom. A motley bunch of British far-right politicians, journalists and commentators who you'll see immediately triggered while India is celebrating its success in space. It's happened many times before, and it definitely happened when the Chandrayaan 3 was launched last month, and boy did it happen yesterday when the Vikram touched down on the moon. The contents of the tweets you see on the screen that are part of this meltdown are all largely the same. They question why the United Kingdom is continuing to provide aid to India when India is killing it in space and clearly doesn't need handouts from any other country. Many, including me, have reacted to some of these tweets with sarcasm and anger, and I'll tell you why in a moment. But first, the facts about UK aid to India. It's true, the UK does provide millions of pounds to India. I don't know whether to call it aid or not, and you'll see why in a moment. The last recorded figure was $2.3 billion between 2016 and 2021. That's confirmed. But is this really aid? Is this really a handout? Is this really charity? Is this the generosity of the United Kingdom? Or are these funds specifically to further Britain's own interests? Let me quote from the March 2023 report of the UK's Independent Commission for Aid Impact, which reports to British Parliament on the issue of aid provided by that country. The report says that this £2.3 billion to India supports a range of UK-India roadmap objectives under the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, serving as a tool for UK foreign policy, diplomatic and trade objectives. In other words, this 2.3 billion is money being spent by the UK to further their national interests. British aid to India was to have wound down by around 2015, but hasn't for a variety of reasons. One of the reasons is that the aid simply isn't aid anymore, but money of a very different nature and purpose. Let me explain. In other words, according to this report that we have in our hands, the UK no longer provides traditional aid to India as we know it, but provides loans and equity investments to the Indian private sector that bring a financial return to the UK. In other words, not aid, but investment. But hold on, it gets better. Of the £2.3 billion paid by the UK in terms of aid, as they call it, between 2016 and 2021, £129 million was from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, or FCDO, which, as per this report in the UK, generates returns, in principle, saving British taxpayer money. This organization, the FCDO, has been quoted in the media as saying that since 2015, the UK has given no financial aid to the government of India, and that most of its funding is focused on business investments which help create new markets and jobs for the United Kingdom as well as India. Again, of the £2.3 billion of aid between 2016 and 2021, £1 billion of this is investments by an organization called British International Investment, or BII. This report confirms that this portfolio of investments in India has been generating returns directly for the UK taxpayer. All of the other so-called aid is in financial institutions and research projects and NGOs. None of it is charity or aid. All of it directly benefits the United Kingdom's interests. The UK is profiting, in other words, from the money it puts into India and it calls aid. But of course, monetary profit isn't the only compelling factor for aid of this kind. Because post-2016, the UK found itself floundering post-Brexit and needed to independently rebuild and sustain its engagement in India. The reason for this meltdown, which I have to admit is in a very tiny section of Britain, is therefore mindless to say the least. India doesn't need this aid, and in fact has since 2012 communicated quite clearly that this British aid makes no difference to India's ambitions and interests. That alone is proof that this aid is being pushed by the UK to further the UK's own diplomatic and trade interests, a recognition that it cannot afford to weaken its ties in India and must have investments in one of the world's fastest growing economies. Not aid, investment, especially at a time when the UK is headed into a recession, record inflation and financial stress. As a final point, and this is more emotion really, it's a little rich to see a bunch of privileged white men talk about aid to India while continuing to live a life that's still in some way or other afforded by the centuries of plunder Britain subjected India to. Is there an estimate for how much the UK owes India for everything it took from here? Just something to think about. Thanks for listening. Very quick break here on 5 Live. On the other side, did Putin get Wagner mercenary chief Vladimir Prigozhin bumped off? Well, the Russian president's nemesis died in a mysterious jet crash. What's the truth about what happened? That's next.
This is a big year for India because of the G20 presidency. The Prime Minister has spoken again and again over the last few weeks about making India the third largest economy in the world and to achieve economic leadership by 2047, because this is India Mission 2047, which is the broad overarching theme of the India at 100 Summit, and looking forward to seeing you in the capital on the 26th of August for the Business Today India at 100 Summit.
टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका।
It is truly a momentous occasion, the kind of event that happens once in a lifetime, making all Indians proud. I congratulate ISRO and everybody involved in this mission and wish them greater accomplishments ahead. The success of Chandrayaan, I believe, is also a major achievement for the whole of humankind. It shows how India has harnessed its rich traditional knowledge base along with modern science in the service of humanity.
Where did our moon come from? Well, actually, there have been several theories over many decades. Earlier versions of lunar formation theories included capture, where the moon would have been a strayed planetoid. Another version was fission, where the Earth was spinning so fast that it would have warped out of the Earth and then formed its own body. This led to our current theory, the giant impactor theory. So this collision was during the late stages of planetary formation throughout our entire solar system, when planets were still very new and very much forming. So this happened when Earth was just an embryo, a baby planet. And this was actually in a crash course collision with Theia, which is a Mars-sized planetoid. And this collision ripped apart early Earth's crust. And that crust then coalesced, it snowballed into a whole separate entity, which we now call the moon. So, where did our moon come from? Well, currently, our understanding is that the Earth had collided with a Mars-sized object named Theia. But once we send future astronauts to the lunar surface again, who knows? We may actually have a whole new theory in the coming decades.
Russia's most powerful mercenary killed.
Prigozhin dies in plane crash. 2 months after his mutiny against Russian army. Biden points finger at Putin. Prigozhin death mystery.
Is this the latest and deadliest round of Russian roulette? Vladimir Prigozhin, the head of Russia's most powerful mercenary outfit, the Wagner Group, has died in a mysterious plane crash. The crash came 2 months to a day after Prigozhin had famously rebelled against the Russian government, against Putin, and had led a mutiny against the army top brass as well. The question now is, was this an accident? Was this a crash? Was it sabotage? Was Vladimir Prigozhin bumped off by Putin? All of this not being said by us. It's the buzz on the ground because of the track record and the manner in which Russia has been known how to settle scores. Take a look at this report.
Russian authorities say mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin was listed as a passenger